check. Dr. Veera.
Hello, testing. Hello. Hello.
ఇక్కడి నుంచా చెప్పేది ఇక్కడికి వచ్చి చెప్పు.
Good morning to all dignitaries, delegates, students and participants. I request the all dignitaries, Dr. S. Kannan Srinivasan sir, come on to the dais. Dr. K. Palaniswamy, IAS, Commissioner of the Commission of Fisheries and Fishermen Welfare and Managing Director. Professor M. Krishnan, Vice Chancellor of Central University of Tamil Nadu. Mrs. P.T. Usha, Deputy General Manager, NABARD. Sri Vinod G. Nehemiya. Dr. M. Ganeshan, Senior Principal Scientist and Scientist in charge of CSMCRI. Thank you, sir. It gives me immense pleasure to extend to you all a very warm welcome to this International Conference on Applied Phycology, ICAP 2022, organizing by CSIR CSMCRI, Marine Algal Research Station, Mandapam, sponsored by NFDB, NABARD, Government of India, along with industry sponsors, Aqua Agri Private Limited, C6 Energy Private Limited, Snap, Alginate, Excel, Trishul, Aura Biotech, Pu Akai Agri Aqua, Das & Sons and Satyam Group of Institutions. Living in a state of gratitude is the gateway to success. As a gesture to show our gratitude, let's begin this program with Tamil Thai Valtu. Now I request all the dignitaries onto the dais to join for lighting of lamp. All of you please stand and sing chorously. Thank you. Now I request all the dignitaries on the dais to join for lighting the lamp. Thank you all. Welcome address by Ganeshan sir.
A very good morning to the honorable guest of the dais, distinguished delegates gathered here from all over the country, my colleagues, friends and family members. I feel great privilege in extending my warm welcome to the August gathering here today for the International Conference on Applied Psychology. The last month has been quite intense for us, speculating if it would be possible to gather at least a minimum of 100 participants for this conference, because the conference where we are organizing is located as an extreme corner of the country. But I would have admit that we are genuinely overwhelmed by the huge support from all of you. So around 200 participants are seated here in this auditorium, and more than 500 people are attending this conference through online. So on behalf of CSMCRI, we are very pleased to welcome Dr. K.S. Palaniswamy, IAS, Commissioner of Fisheries and Fishermen Welfare, Government of Tamil Nadu, who has shown a very keen interest in participating in this conference despite his busy work schedule. We welcome you, sir. We are really happy to welcome Professor M. Krishnan, Vice Chancellor, Central University of Tamil Nadu, Thiruvarur, who had immediately accepted our request over mail and came here amidst his very tight work. 2 days ago only he has a program with the Governor of Tamil Nadu in his university. So simply after completing that function, he has started from Thiruvarur and came here. So we are certainly proud in welcoming Mr. Vinod G. Nehemia, Managing Director, SNAP, Alginate and Natural Products Limited, Ranipet, who has very long association with the CSMCRI for nearly 45 years. We take pride to welcoming Srimati P.T. Usha, Deputy General Manager, NABARD, Chennai, who has been actively supporting seaweed cultivation in India through financial assistance from NABARD. We extend our hearty welcome to Dr. S. Kannan, Director of CSIR CSMCRI Bhavanagar, who is really brain behind the conducting this wonderful conference. We would also very happy to welcome the distinguished speakers of today's conference. Professor R. Rangasamy, former Director of CAS in Botany, University of Madras. Dr. C.R.K. Reddy, former Chief Scientist, CSIR CSMCRI. Dr. K. Padmakumar, Director, University of Kerala, Thiruvananthapuram. Dr. Mr. Abhiram Seth, Managing Director, Aqua Agri Industries Private Limited, Delhi. Sri Kumar Narayanan, Managing Director, C6 Energy, Bangalore. Professor D. Ganesh, Head of the Department of Biotechnology, Madurai Kamaraj University. Professor P. Anandaraman, Dean, Faculty of Science, Annamalai University. Dr. Nivedita Sahu, Principal Scientist from IICT Hyderabad. Dr. Pushpshil Shukla from C6 Energy, Bangalore. Dr. Arup Ghosh, Dr. Kamlesh Prasad, and Dr. Amodar Meena, all are scientists from CSMCRI, Bhavanagar. And we are also pleased to welcome the international speakers who will be presenting paper through online. So Dr. Alan Critchley from Canada, Dr. Anisha Hurtado from Philippines, Dr. Ian Nish from Indonesia, Dr. Ariel Kushamaro from Israel, and Dr. Kim from the Korea. It's also my immense pleasure to welcome the top seaweed-based industrialists of our country who assembled here. Sri Ashwin Saraf and his team member of directors from Excel Corporate Industries, Mumbai. Sri Tanmay Seth and his team from Aqua Agri Industries, Tamil Nadu, in Delhi. Dr. Nelson and his team from C6 Energy. And all other seaweed industrialists who has extended their support for organizing the conference. without whom the conference would have been unimaginable. We also like to welcome Mrs. Sumaya Dawood, Principal, and our faculty members from Tasim Bibi Abdul Qadir College. We are all pleased to welcome the scientists from different research institutions, professors, academicians from various universities and colleges extend all over the India. Our warm welcome to all research scholars and the students from different universities, colleges who are giving poster presentation today. Our cheerful welcome to the reporters from prominent daily newspapers and Doordarshan who will widely popularize today's event. Finally, we welcome each and every delegate attending the conference in person and also online. And last but not least, a hearty welcome to my beloved friends of CSMCRI and our family members also. We are all really appreciate your presence here. Thank you, one and all. We are welcoming. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Let's go for presidential address. Before that, let me introduce Dr. S. Kannan, Director, CSIR, Central Salt and Marine Chemicals Research Institute. Dr. S. Kannan, basically from Chennai, did his graduation from Vivekananda College, Chennai, and Masters and PhD from IIT Chennai in Chemical Engineering. He has joined CSMCRI as scientist and constantly elevated to the scientist G and become director of CSMCRI from February 2020. Now I request Dr. S. Kannan to give a presidential address.
Dr. Palanichami, Commissioner of Fisheries and Fishermen Welfare, Government of Tamil Nadu. Professor Krishnan, Central University of Tamil Nadu, Thiruvarur. Mr. Vinod Nemaiya, Managing Director of Snap Natural Products and Alginates. Srimati P.T. Usha, NABARD, and my colleagues, Dr. Ganeshan and Dr. Veera Gurunathan, and all the invited speakers for this conference, invited delegates, all the invited delegates from the outside India, and many of the participants who are attending this program, both physically over here as well as online. And I'm so happy to say more than 500 students are witnessing this. And this gives me a kind of a very, positive ambience that this International Conference of Applied Phycology brought all layers of people onto a single platform to listen, to exchange, to collaborate, to understand, to emulate this particular sector of seaweeds, both in the national perspective and also in the global perspective. If I were to basically look at it, the seaweed genesis, if one were to basically look at it, I firmly believe that last few years, I would precisely probably say, if I were to nail it down, last couple of years is showing a kind of an inflection point for this particular domain, both in terms of the research and development which is happening across the national laboratories and universities, and also the participation of different sectors of seaweed, both on the cultivation as well as on the process industry. And this is, I consider it as a kind of an inflection point. And it is so happy that at this particular point of time, the government of India has also recognized that this inflection requires a kind of a separate push by which, it can basically accelerate better. And that's what exactly has been done to that Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana. It is also equally important to understand that seaweed industry requires participation from all domains of life. All domains of life. It requires research and development. It requires amicable policy intervention. It requires a good financial support mechanisms through agencies. It requires industry and entrepreneurship engagement. All these things are equally necessary. In my opinion, if one of them is also weak, it's not going to really take off in the way that we wanted to. And that's what I've been discussing with my colleagues, that the next maybe 3-4 years are going to be the most critical years for this particular domain. The reason being, this is at the inflection point. If you basically take this inflection point into a kind of an S-shaped curve, which people in the R&D sector will easily, comprehend, we will have a kind of a great, contribution in the international scenario. The targets that were kept will basically push us into one of the top 10 countries in the world. But we should be basically much more ambitious, and for which all these layers of contributions or need to be leveraged and strengthened. And this does not come along with so easy way. It requires a lot of challenges. Okay, and the challenges are really, diverse in this particular industry. Okay, in fact, when I was asking for one particular species 50 kg of biomass yesterday to my colleague, they were telling, it's very difficult for us to even source 50 kg of one particular biomass. And that's a stark reality. Okay, unless otherwise there is a kind of a continuous way of engaging this particular, the industry as well as the, the fisherman community. Unless otherwise there is a kind of a continuous engagement of having the people as well as having the industry on board with a kind of a very good support mechanism from the research and government. It's not going to be easily possible. So the availability of the biomass is one of the most important issue that I probably feel that this particular conference should discuss and deliberate and then make a kind of a roadmap. And in fact, that is the only point of agenda that we have been discussing in our institute for the last 2 years. Okay, and in fact, wherever there is a kind of a difficulty, we were finding, unless otherwise we solve this issue, this is, the rest of the things are automatically, taken care of. And I'm sure most of my industry friends can vouch for this. And of course, on the processing front, it's all about the quality with a kind of a significant amount of energy, better energy and better carbon footprint. Okay, and the technologies they have to be internationally competitive. It need not have to be basically now national-wise competitive. Any kind of a processing technology needs to be globally competitive. It should be benchmarked against the global standards. And for that, energy efficiency, water conservation, carbon footprint, these are some of the key challenges that we need to basically address in this particular domain also. If you are going to do those things, the rest of the world will basically look at us that we are doing something different. And that's what we should be basically aiming for. The other domain that we have to basically strengthen is edible seaweeds. And unfortunately, this particular domain has been kind of having a ups and downs kind of a thing. And I think I am so happy to see that, if there are 500 students are going to be attending this, even if 10% of them are going to be excited to take up seaweed as their professional career, I'm sure that these kind of dreams can be easily realized. And edible seaweeds gives you a lot of opportunity, especially for the a country which is having a kind of a nutrition as one of the significant challenge. And this can give a kind of a humongous opportunity. Edible seaweeds can give a humongous opportunity in terms of addressing nutrition also. And as I said, I mean, the continuous way of managing things is very, very critical. Whether it is a monsoon preservation, or whether it is a land-based cultivation, or whether it is a kind of a seed bank establishment, or whether it is a seed nursery, these are going to be the most important factors which will be supporting the seaweed cultivation happening in the sea. And unless otherwise we take these things into consideration significantly, there will be a kind of a disconnect between our thought and our action. And I'm sure that the efforts which are taken by Government of Tamil Nadu in this regard, especially through the establishment of a seaweed park, is one such great step in that direction. And I'm happy to say that many of the state governments have approached our institute for establishing such kind of a centers, having understood very clearly that this is what is going to be responsible and this is what is going to be needed for a kind of a continued engagement of seaweed cultivation in their respective states. And as I said, I'm so happy to see that there are a lot of young entrepreneurs have taken up this particular seaweed cultivation. In fact, before I came, 2 days back, I was having an interaction with 3 Gujarati entrepreneurs who are completely away from biology. One was a chartered accountant, the other one was a civil engineer. Okay, and the third one was a financial marketing guy, MBA in financial marketing. And these kind of guys are now coming and then wanted to explore, and they are doing an excellent amount of hard work. Background work. They go to any kind of an extent to understand things, and then they have a kind of a urge to do kind of things which are either was not possible some 10 years back or 20 years back. And we need to, the system should be favorable for encouraging these kind of entrepreneurs. And I'm sure that these entrepreneurs will create kind of a seaweed 2.0 kind of an industry in this country. Okay, I think this inflection point of next 3-4 years is also going to be a significant era for entrepreneurs to engage themselves. And being a research institution, our responsibilities are still bigger. The reason is we need to have a kind of a resilient methods, resilient processes at our labs. And they should be basically field tested before they are deployed into the kind of a field. And that requires a tremendous amount of challenge. Okay, one of the products that we have launched way back in late 2000s is now creating a kind of a huge impact in the farmers' lives and income. The seaweed-based biostimulants. It's one of the fantastic products. I'm so happy to, I've been told that it is basically substituting roughly around 8 to 10% of the import. And that's a kind of a story which basically inspires people to take it to the next level. And this requires a kind of a continuous engagement of the research and development at the labs. And I wanted more number of researchers to participate in this journey to make a kind of a back-end support for the, both for the industry as well as for the policymakers. And I sincerely request on this occasion, the administration, both at the, center as well as the states, they need to be very, very proactive in terms of creating a kind of an ambient, amicable policies, amicable methodologies, clear-cut rules, so that, these can be easily taken. Somebody was telling, the system which was available in Indonesia could be basically practiced if we have a kind of a clarity in where we have to, do the seaweed cultivation. Such kind of good international practices needs to be imbibed. And that's where the international knowledge, international practices create a kind of a great opportunity for exchanging ideas at the global level to implement at the local level. And I'm very happy that this particular conference, so many stalwarts of the international domain, like Professor Alan, Professor Ian, Professor Anicia, all of them are basically going to be involved in this particular conference, it gives you a kind of a great sense of belonging to the nation and belonging to this particular domain, wanted this domain to basically flourish at both at the national level as well as at the global level. And I wanted, we were having a kind of a debate on the, the value the CVD is basically creating. It's at least few $1 billion. Okay, and if the concerted efforts are going to take, when I was basically making a presentation to the Vice Chairman of Niti Aayog in one particular occasion, I said, the industry can go in orders of magnitude higher, not in multiples, in orders of magnitude higher, provided, we have a kind of a system in place. And I think we are at the right point of the stage of taking this industry to the next level. And with all this support, I strongly believe that this industry, this particular sector, this particular research will take and make India proud. And also, I would like to sincerely thank my colleagues led by Dr. Ganeshan and the convener, Dr. Veeragunathan, and his whole team for organizing this timely conference, which is fortunately falling at the time when Dr. Ganeshan is superannuating, that this particular conference is one step in our direction for augmenting our intent for making this domain better. So I sincerely wish all of you who are attending this conference to have a kind of a fruitful and meaningful stay and have a kind of a continued interactions beyond this particular date to have this domain to be taken to the next orbit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable speech. This is the time to honor our dignitaries on the dais. Now I request Dr. M. Ganeshan sir to honor Dr. Kannan Srinivasan. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Kannan to honor Dr. K.S. Palaniswamy, IAS Commissioner of Fisheries and Fisheries Welfare. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Kannan to honor Professor M. Krishnan, Vice Chancellor of Central University of Tamil Nadu. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Kannan to honor Sri Vinodji Nehemiah, Founder and Director of SAP Natural and Alginate. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Kannan to honor Mrs. P.T. Usha, Deputy General Manager, NABARD. Thank you. Let me introduce Mrs. P.T. Usha. It's our honor to welcome Mrs. P.T. Usha, Deputy General Manager, NABARD. Mrs. P.T. Usha has done her Bachelor of Fisheries Science and Masters of Fisheries Science, Fish Processing Technology from the College of Fisheries, Panagarh, affiliated to Kerala Agriculture University. She joined NABARD in the year of 1992 as a direct recruit officer and put in 29 years of service in NABARD in various capacities, that is assistant manager. Thank you.
Anevarkum namaskaram. Respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, distinguished speakers, and all the participants who are attending online. Very happy to be present here. Basically, I am also a fraternity of fisheries. As she already mentioned, I studied fisheries. So seaweed farming or fisheries is very much dear to me also. Although I am in NABARD, we are not very much, on a daily basis, we are not dealing with fisheries. But even then, whenever opportunity comes, we would like to associate with fisheries activities. So coming to this seminar, we are really happy that the center is organizing this seminar and NABARD is made a part of this seminar. So seaweed, coming directly to seaweed industry in India. So India, we know we have a lot of resources, but the resources are not being harnessed properly so far. And we are lagging behind many of the countries, but at least we are in the nascent stage only. We all are aware. And this sector is having a lot of potential for giving alternate livelihood to our fishermen. You all know that now the marine catch is declining. So we need to find some alternate avenues for the fishermen to survive. Okay, so the seaweed cultivation or seaweed industry gives a very sound opportunity for this fishermen to come up in their life. So maybe the government of India, having realized this, they have, like our presidential, during the presidential address, it was mentioned that the government of India has sanctioned or approved one mega seaweed park in Tamil Nadu, rightly, because Tamil Nadu has more potential for seaweed cultivation. So that although it is delayed, I understand that the seaweed park DPR preparation is in the final stage, and NABARD has been very closely coordinating with the Department of Fisheries for getting this project implemented in the state. So coming to NABARD's role in fisheries, I said, we actually, only for fisheries sector, I am just touching upon. So NABARD, it is, as you may be aware, NABARD is Apex Developmental Bank. So we deal with the refinancing banks for supporting fisheries activities. I'm talking only about the fisheries sector. So for the banks for taking up activities or financing activities in fisheries sector, we support the banks through refinance. Then we also facilitate credit flow to the sector by through preparation of unit cost, then scale of finance for taking up for working capital activities. Then we prepare model schemes which will become a reference point for the banks to finance these activities. And to the state governments, we give infrastructure support, financial support for creating infrastructure in fisheries sector through RIDF. You may be knowing Rural Infrastructure Development Fund, as well as the Fisheries and Aquaculture Infrastructure Development Fund. I'm happy to announce here that Tamil Nadu is the only state where they have taken maximum number of fisheries infrastructure projects in the country. And we have, I think we have supported more than 20 projects in the fisheries sector for infrastructure sector in the country. And apart from that, we also support infrastructure creation through our own NIDA, NABARD Infrastructure Development Fund is there. Then we also support industries, small entrepreneurs or industrial units in food processing centers. So these are the infrastructure related activities we do. Apart from the finance and the banking, we also support projects in fishery sector for taking up the developmental activities, that is exclusively through grant support. The seminar is also supported through one of that grant support scheme only. So through that grant supported scheme, we support capacity building, training, even for taking up innovative projects or demonstrating technologies to the ground. So we support universities, KVKs, centers like CMCRI, CMFRI, all these agencies, research institutes. We support them for taking up these projects, demonstrated the technology, already developed technology to the field. So for that, we give grant support. So to name a few activities, we have supported mangrove fishery project in Kadalur district through MSSRF. MSSRF is implementing that project. We have supported integrated fishery scheme. This is only recently we supported. We have supported such many schemes. I am only talking about the recent supported schemes. Integrated fishery scheme with the fisheries and animal husbandry, poultry, animal husbandry, agriculture. So this is done by KVK in Kadalur district. Then we have supported sea cage cultivation in Tirunelveli. And we also, through our various funds, particularly the climate-related funds, you may be knowing, so we have supported one scheme where rejuvenation of Van Island, which was diminishing its area, through an NAFCC project, some 25 crore project, we have supported that scheme, and that I think it is better if anybody has not visited that island, it is better because that the entire area, sea, coral reef is re-established, and even the fish stock also started increasing there. The Van Island area also started increasing. That is one project supported by NABARD. So coming back to the seaweed park, which I was telling, the mega seaweed park, which the government is planning to implement or do in Tamil Nadu, as part of that seaweed park, we have prepared, that is NABARD has prepared a model banking plan for the seaweed cultivation so that the banks can finance these activities with comfort and confidence. And we have also prepared a banking plan for, we have, I think the first phase, 10,000, around 10,000 fishermen will be, or fisherwomen will be supported under this mega seaweed park. That's what it is envisaged in the project. So we have, it's over a period of 4 years, so we have prepared a comprehensive banking plan for supporting these groups. Okay, so that banking plan we have prepared, the model scheme we have prepared. So, but the problem is even convincing the bankers or the department, so whoever concerned stakeholders is a big issue. So today in between this meeting, maybe after this inaugural session, we have planned a meeting with the Department of Fisheries, bankers, and LDM, our own DDM, District Development Manager here. So we are planning a meeting with this group for hastening up or for speeding up the credit linkage to these groups. So we understand that around, that's what we get information from the Department of Fisheries, that around 85 groups have already been formed, but they are finding it difficult to credit link with the banks. So our intention is today's meeting is to kickstart the credit linkage process. So from NABARD side, we will be doing a facilitation role for the credit linkage as well as other supports. Okay, so today's meeting, I extend all warm extend support, or I all good for this seaweed seminar. And I sincerely feel that this meeting will kickstart the seaweed production industry in India. So let us hope for the best. So we have to all work together. NABARD will be there. The seaweed, mega seaweed park, I think a majority infrastructure support will be provided by NABARD. And even the credit linkage part or even the banking plan or whatever, whichever way NABARD can help you. Definitely NABARD will be there with you. So NABARD also expect the support from all the stakeholders in this regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Let me introduce Sri Vinodji Nehemiya. Sri Vinodji Nehemiya is the founder and director of SNAP Natural and Alginate Private Limited. Thiru Nehemiya holds a master's degree in chemical engineering from USA. He previously worked as a research scientist in multinational company and is a first-generation entrepreneur. He heads research and development at SNAP Alginate.
Thank you. Dignitaries at the dais, scientists, my colleagues from the industry, ladies and gentlemen. I had asked a question when I was asked to speak today, why me? I was told that I am a little blunt. I talk very frankly. And I'm old. I've been in this business for 45 years. Seaweed business in India is actually about 65 years old. It was the initiative of our Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Chief Minister Anadurai, who had started this, along with the CSIR laboratory, CSMCRI, and CMFRI. What I have to say, Dr. Kannan has covered a lot, so I'm going to cut short of what I'm going to say. In terms of the reality check, the latest FAO data shows that the seaweed trade worldwide is $6 billion and growing at a healthy rate of 12%. The Indian seaweed business, I'm only talking about the seaweed biomass business, is estimated at 30 crores, which is about 5 to 6 million, which is probably 0.01% of the world trade. But we are already about 60 years old into this. Where have we failed? Why have we failed? And do we have a future? Dr. Kannan has rightly said we are at the inflection point. I don't want to go into the reasons for our poor performance in this field. I could talk to you for hours. I will just take 3 issues which I felt I must mention. Seaweed industry, when I entered in 1979, 1980, was booming. It was all from natural breeds. Cultivation is something very new, maybe 15 years old. Why did that industry suddenly shrink? Is an issue we have to understand. And this is because of poor government policy and coordination. Why do I say this? The booming industry kind of collapsed in 1988 when the government of India declared 624 hectares, that is 21 islands, as national park. Why did the industry get affected? Fundamentally, we were only doing seaweeds from natural beds, like the rest of the world at that time. And these seaweeds grew around these islands in shallow water, on rocks, on dead corals. And this fisher people, the fisher folks, the fisher tribes, the fisherwomen would collect this island nearby where they used to go and dry the weeds and bring it to the shore. Basically, about 3 tons of dry weeds would come in their little boats to the mainland. Once they were not permitted to go to the island, these 624 hectares, they couldn't dry it there. So they had to bring the wet weeds to the shore, to the mainland. So roughly 3 tons of wet weeds would come on their boat, which will give them about 250 kilos or 3. Which would give them about 300 kilos of dry weeds. Now, the weeds also, the quality deteriorated rapidly for the simple reason that the drying process on the shore of the mainland were not good enough. This was the death knell of a number of large industries like cellulose products, Indian Ocean alginates. By the time there were about 20 seaweed processing industries in India. The second issue which I would take out or take up is the environmental issue. I personally feel that some of these issues are still unresolved. I also feel that we overreact. I'm not saying environment is not important. Environment is important. We are all wanting to look after their environment. The scientists who work there want to look after the environment. But we have to be realistic. I will just give you an example of what happened in 2008. The Wildlife Protection Act introduced in Schedule 4 that corals should not be damaged. Now, the Forest Department instantly banned seaweed collection, mistaking the holdfast for corals. If it was not for the intervention of CSMCRI, CMFRI scientists, we might not have got away from it, who explained that that is not coral. In fact, when I went and met the chief wildlife warden in Chennai, he was pained to tell me that there are Supreme Court orders saying that seaweed industry, seaweed business is legitimate, and even if there are dead corals attached to the seaweed, it is not an offense. And there are Supreme Court orders on this. But what happened was, due to the overreaction, seaweed collection was stopped. Some factory owners in Madurai and all were arrested, right? Lot of seaweed business went away. And a lot of investment would have come in at that time in 2008, went away. The third issue, which I will just mention briefly, is conversion of science to viable technology. Now, this is extremely important. Viable technology evolves. Now, I think this is a role which the industry and scientists have to play together, right? And I think a fair amount of money is required, and I'm sure this can come from industry and from this, other organizations. And we can really work toward it, because very often just copying international technology might not work under Indian conditions. I've been talking very negatively. Let me close that I do honestly think that we have a great future in the seaweed business and seaweed industry. Why do I say that? There have been two game changers in the short period of the last couple of years. One is that the union government has decided to recognize it and pump money. But the greater change which has taken place is really moving the seaweed business along to the fisheries department. I personally feel that this is an excellent move, as the fisheries department understands the sea, and hopefully some of these issues I spoke about would never have risen if that had happened before. So I do think it is a growing industry. It's a business where I've been for 45 years. I'm sure my company and myself will continue doing it because we believe in it, and I look forward that this seminar will take it forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Let me introduce Professor M. Krishnan, Vice Chancellor of Central University of Tamil Nadu. The next destination to honor us with his presence of Professor M. Krishnan. He is the Honorable Vice Chancellor of the Central University of Tamil Nadu since 6th August 2021. Previously, he was Vice Chancellor of Madurai Kamaraj University. Professor Krishnan headed the Department of Environmental Biotechnology, Bharatidasan University from 2003 to 2015. For his excellence, Professor Krishnan received many prestigious national and international awards.
Thank you.
My dear and respected Dr. K.S. Palamiswamy, Commissioner in Fisheries and Fisheries Welfare, Government of Tamil Nadu, and my dear and respected Dr. Kannan, CSIR CSMCRI Bhavnagar, Dr. P.T. Usa, Sri Vinod, and my dear friend Ganeshan, and dignitaries and off the dais, my students, friends, media. Good morning to one and all. This is a great opportunity for me to mingle with the young, energetic researchers from various parts of the India, going to do a lot of research in that applied phycology. Before that, with the permission of the dais, I wish to honor Dr. Ganesh, who is going to retire this year, the superannuation. So I can congratulate him for that. My dear friends, I think they have talked about how this archaeology is going to do a lot of things for that society. But I want to touch the different topic because nowadays the higher education is going a different way. My senior people will accept it when we are doing the higher education. It's only for my life, my earning, my family like that. But today the higher education is going where we have to give that excellence from the higher education, and that excellence should give the product to the society. That is the very, very important thing. Now we are doing it. Because of the lacking of taking the product from the higher education to the society, none of our universities, none of the college, none of the research institution, they are not reaching the global ranking. So we are all trying to do something nowadays to take that higher education to give the product to the society. My dear students, friends, you are the people are talking about the future of India. You have to do a lot of things to that, but you have to give the product to India. That is my first request. I mean, they're all talking about what you called that the psychology, how it's going to improve that. But I want to touch 3 points where you have to give that attention to do the research on this part. Because when I was doing the research in Japan, that time there is a product for the antivenom from that what you called it from algal product of the coastal area of Japan. The antivenom is very popular that time, but the problem is it's giving the allergy to the people. So this is the controversy when you are going to get some product from that what you called that your algology or phycology. So what I tried to do that, kindly try to put your research in 3 aspects wherever it's possible. Number 1, we are looking for the food because there is a declining in agriculture. So we are dependent on the marine products and the marine food. For that we have to do something. In that what I want to do that 3 aspects. Number 1, you have to first classify that the algal with the different geographical distribution. What is the characterization different from different part of the world? Because of course we are very good in that coastal area. So we have to identify that the distribution of that algal to the different part of that coastal area. That is the number 1. Because with the nutrients, if you are talking, it's vary from the place to place. That we have to look into that. Second part, with respect to the geographical distribution, how your nutrients is going to change. Because as I told that, even my molecular biologists, they know that there are the lot of products, secondary product coming out from that, what you call the alkalogy. How you are going to isolate properly the bioactive compounds and how it's going to be useful to the different people and different aspects. That you have to look into that. That is the second aspect. The third aspect is very important. Why? Because nowadays the field is going to come, or it's already established, the human biome. That is, first it started with microbiome, now it's a human biome. My young students should touch this topic very importantly. Why? Because we can live in the country happily only with the association of the microbes. That is a very, very important thing. So whatever the compound you are going to isolate from the alga, how it's going to have the relationship with the microbes living in the gut. That is a very, very important thing. So the microbial interaction with that algal product, it's going to be a very big area in future research. So if you are not going to do that, then you can't win the race. Of course, I accepted it. Mr. Vinod talked about it, how that algal product is important. Before we are going to take anything to the society, we should be very careful. So number 1, geographical distribution. Number 2, nutrient of that algal. Number 3, how it's going to interact with the microbe. So the 3 aspects, kindly take care of whenever you are going to do the research. Number 2nd part of my talk, how you are going to win. How you are going to win the race. Kindly, my young students, take that 4 sutras where we are talking, or we want to give more attention to this. Number 1, An individual researcher cannot win nowadays. So you need collaboration and cooperation with different institutions. That is a very, very important thing. So even I can request that the Dr. Ganeshan or our Kannan, so you have to collaborate with that universities and also that research institutions. Then only we can give the real product to the society. Of course, they are publishing very good papers. Their biodata is rich, I accept it. But when you are going to do the collaboration, then only you can win the race. Number one, that's the Chutra. My youngsters should follow that. Number two, my dear students, whatever the subject you have studied, you have to come out from your curricula. You have to break the barrier. So your curriculum is not going to help for your future. It's not possible. Your degree is not going to helpful. Even everywhere we are talking, you kindly identify your own skill, which field suits for you. That is a very, very important thing. If you want to win the race. Number three, sustainability. Whatever the research you are doing, the things should be continued. Just like that, I want to do something for my research. Then after my PhD, I should not continue that field. It should not be. So sustainability is very important. Now we have the example, cooperation, collaboration, coming out from that curricula. Number three, sustainability. The best example is the vaccine what we have discovered for our coronavirus. My dear students, kindly think about it. Last 50 years you have HIV. But there is no vaccine. There is no vaccine. But today, within the 2 years, you are succeeding to deliver the vaccines, even that company from Bharat Biotech India. How it's possible? You see that, if I am right, the biotechnologist also here, 89 species of the virus sequenced properly, and also it's published properly from America, from Germany, from China, from India. We are all coming together and we have the sequence and the results are properly discussed. Then only the vaccine has come out. So that type of research we are looking for. Because now that our earlier speaker told that they have different research institutions. But how many universities they know that what type of research they are doing? Only publication we know. But how the hands-on, training or collaboration where we are having? Nothing. So that type of collaboration we are looking for as a Central University, from Central University of Tiruvarur. What I want to do that, whenever I am talking to UGC chairman or MHRD minister, I told that kindly form a network because all the facilities will not available in a single umbrella. It's not possible. Because every instrument I cost about 1 crore to 3 crores. Whether it's possible to have every instrument in a single laboratory? No, it's not possible. But I appreciate that. The center in Mandapam is doing wonderful research with available facilities. They can take that high-level research when they are going to collaborate with that other institute where it can go to public immediately. Number 4, what I can say that internalization or globalization. What all my students think that India reaching the globalization, it means that we are inviting the foreigners to India or we are sending the students from here to abroad. No, this is not the internalization. What the 75 years independence is going to say that when your country is going to celebrate properly, the product should come from India. Because of the product, all the countries should come to India. That is the internalization or globalization. Tell that even the camera or the projector or the smart board or the car what you are having, everything from abroad. What happened to India? Right? So that product should come from India. That is that 4th sutra we are having. Unless otherwise we are following that
Number one, that coming out from curriculum. Number two, collaboration and cooperation. Number three, sustainability. Number four, internalization by giving the product which can be attracted, throughout that world. That is very important. Even our Excellency Governor, 2 days back in Central University of Tamil Nadu, he talked about, what is that? We don't have anything in India. We have everything in India. You please discuss about the pre-colonial of India. We have everything. We have knowledge. We have the resources. But we are not taking properly. We thought that it is all from Western countries. So I requested our Honorable Commissioner or the Fisheries, Commissioner, first they have to take, there should be an interaction with that local fisheries people with the fisheries industry. What they are doing, how they can take to the society, how they can earn money. That is the thing we need there. Because if you are taking that IKS, indigenous knowledge system, I don't want to take much time. We have everything. We have everything. Because each state or district, we have that technology. But I think if I am asking my students, they don't know. Because they are all expecting everything from Western countries. I can say that. Starts from, there is a place, Chatur. My dear students, it's maybe the out of subject, but you should know that. The Chatur, there is a, district near Virudhunagar. If I am asking that, my students will say that Karachavi is very famous in Chatur. But you know that the whole world getting that pilot pen nip from Chatur. But technology has gone. Tindikal lock, where it has gone. The technology has gone. Where it has gone. Please note down that. Then why that Madurai jasmine, Madurai Malligai, it's having its own smell, own, designation. Nobody knows that. We are not doing research on that. So we have the resources in India. We have the resources in India, but we are not utilizing properly. That is the message we want to give to almost all my researchers. Do research in our part. We kindly identify that. Each and every village, it's having the technology. Your Tindikal lock, where it has gone? Now it's not available. We are going for Navtal. Why the technology has gone? So you go and talk to your village. You go and talk to your elders. You go and talk to your grandma and grandfather. They will tell the technology, which is, because why I am telling that suits for our country. That suits for our country. Now, as I told that, when I was in Japan, they told that, yes, they have the antivenom. Whether the product is good for Indian, people or not, you have to tell that. So these are the type of research we need. We need a more scientists working on what you call the indigenous knowledge system. So that is the thing I am telling that, my dear students, when I am completing this one, we all thought that we are the superior of the nature. But today, a small virus taught us how to live in the life, how to lead the life, how to take the environment, and also how to do the research properly and implement to the society. So with this, thank you very much for giving the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Let me introduce Dr. K.S. Palanisamy, IAS Commissioner of Fisheries and Fisherman Welfare and Managing Director. Dr. K.S. Palanisamy, a 2005 batch IAS officer, had initially served in the State Civil Service as personal assistant to the Dindigul Collector, Revenue Division.
Good morning to all. Good morning to all of you participating in the International Conference on Applied Phycology. And respected Dr. M. Krishnan, Vice Chancellor, Central University, who have covered so many subjects, not only the science, research, and also day-to-day practical issues. And respected Vinod Nemania, who is pioneer in this field of seaweed for more than 2 to 3 decades. So he posed the challenges before the scientific community in the algae or in seaweed industry. And Srimati P.T. Usha, DGM NABARD, she was very kind enough to give a lot of schemes to Tamil Nadu through NABARD, and we are also utilizing very well. And after some time, I'll put forth some of our requests of our state also before NABARD. And Dr. Kannan, Director of Central Salt and Marine Research Institute, and Dr. Ganesan, scientist in charge of this institute, who invited us for participating in this. And all scientists and participants available in this indoor, and also those who are participating in the online or virtual mode. First of all, I express my gratitude and thanks for inviting to this scientific conference. So before talking about the seaweed or phycology, just I want to tell about myself also. Before entering into civil service, I was I completed my post-graduation in veterinary science, and also I was pursuing PhD for some time. So now you could accept that I'm to some extent eligible to talk about the research and all. So now, just as an administrator now, the requirements of what you call the scientific community for the administration in the sense for the people, especially the poor people residing over the coastal area or near the water body, or utilizing the coastal belt as their source of livelihood. So in general, our fisheries and fishermen welfare department is handling the issues or supporting the coastal fishermen, inland fishermen, and also now there is a need for alternate source of income also. You all know the fishermen, they will be given 2 months ban period of now April to June 15. And also during the cyclone or northeast monsoon period, it was very intense that most of the time they find it difficult to venture into the sea. So now the algae or the phycology or whatever it may be, we have a lot of scope for improving the income of the poor fishermen. So now, while we have a lot of discussions, series of discussions, meetings regarding the preparatory activity for seaweed park, we encounter a lot of challenges in this field. So since now we have a variety of people, as an administrator I am here, and as an entrepreneur, as a pioneer in the field of industry, and also your institution looking after the research and development activities, and also Central University Vice Chancellor, he shared a lot of experience what he had over his career, and also what he received or perceived from the student or research community. So main thing in the field of seaweed, before entering into this, I want to give some kind of details. So as on today or during this period, we are getting nearly some 14 to 16,000 tons of wet weight of seaweed that is being produced along the coast of Tamil Nadu, especially Ramanathapuram district, Pudukkottai district, Thanjavur, Thiruvarur district, down south up to Thoothukudi. These are the area where our people are doing cultivation. So now we need to improve this production. While thinking about that, the main challenge could be the genetic potential of the existing Kappa ficus or any other varieties. So my appeal to the scientific community is there are two options. One is importing a new germplasm from the countries where we have very good genetic material, or we should do research and we should improve the genetic productivity of the existing germplasm. So you all know the production or productivity depends on the genetics and environment. We cannot change the environment beyond a limit. It is a coastal environment, you know. So the genetic potential should be improved. So that's what our request to the community. because to retain or to encourage the fisherwomen or farmers to cultivate, ultimately the business matters, the outcome matters, the production matters. So for which we need to supply them a good quality of seaweed material. The second thing, again, how the pricing will depends on based on the value addition or value added products that is being developed or derived from the seaweeds. Most of them now it is being used as growth promoters or nutraceuticals or pharmaceuticals. So if it is taken into nutraceuticals or pharmaceuticals or some additives, food or feed additives, if it is being used, then definitely the purchasing price will go up naturally. It will otherwise a good incentive for the farmer to produce. Then we have now the wrap system, monoline system, this type of cultivation, which also pose a lot of risk or danger till they get the crop. If there is a heavy rainfall or cyclone or wind, whatever it may be, it may damage the structures. So why not the scientific community to come forward to develop a structure so that it can withstand the whole period of cultivation irrespective of the existing vulnerable or troublesome climate, so that it will not enter into loss to the growers or the cultivators. But at the same time, we are giving capacity building for almost all field. So here also we need to give them capacity building training to the fisherwomen. We should encourage them first thing to be in the business. Second thing, there should be a good coordination or licensing between the producer and also real buyer here. Here means the processing units. So processing units, once if they are guided by scientific community about the production of various products or developing various products or increasing products of value addition, if their manufacturing capacity goes up or the value of manufacturing goes up, definitely it will encourage them to offer a better price to the farmers. So ultimately, if the farmers on the field or the producers on the field, then only the industry will flourish. Now there is some uncertainty, some lack of coordination between the processor as well as the producer. This should be somehow liaised. So we had a lot of discussions with processing units. They also discussed with us what is the requirement and all. On the other side, the NABARD, they are very kind enough to give a lot of funds for Tamil Nadu, NABARD, through RIDF and also FIDF. We are taking a lot of projects from our first district, topmost Tiruvallur up to Kanyakumari, including Rameswaram. Tamil Nadu government is taking lot of coastal areas, that is harbor improvement, new harbors, fish landing center, providing infrastructure facilities. So many things we have taken up. So it improves the infrastructure, marine infrastructure of which is mostly required by the fishermen or the boat operator, so that it minimizes the damages, increases the captive fish production, and also it gives some kind of ease of doing business. It's comfortable for the fishermen to enter into sea or bringing the products in a hygienic way. So in all ways they are giving it for us. So another thing, the practical thing, as a researcher, what I have done research for while I was in PhD for some time, and also the requirement, the field. You all know very well the lab to land, taking a lab to land. So anything that is being developed, any model, any product, any finding that is being developed in the lab, in the research, it comes out of research, should be taken into the field without any kind of difficulty, any kind of modification, or with the guidance of scientists. While it is being taken into the field, it should show the same potential, it should show the same result what it was found out in the laboratory. That is the most important. Here again there is a lot of scope for the improving research or throwing some light on the improving the livelihood of the fishermen. Now there is a lot of pressure on regular sea fishing, in which Government of India as well as state government, we are all encouraging the open sea cage culture. See, open sea cage culture could be a complementary to regular fishing. These are not, though not directly alternate to regular fishing, it is a complementary to alternate fishing. We should encourage the fishermen to come for open cage cultivation, which gives a better result, better products. The productivity is higher. We can grow whatever the species we want. So all these things definitely will be helpful to act as a complementary source of income for the fishermen. In the proposed, what you call the seaweed park. So in this also we are planning to provide a lot of infrastructure at the coastal level. While it was talked about the coastal infrastructure, mainly after harvesting the seaweed, immediate the need is for drying, facilities for drying. So after that partial drying or full drying, it can be taken to the processing unit directly or into the some collection unit where it can be collected and it can be sold to the processors. So in which we need to have some kind of infrastructure like a road and drying facilities, concrete platform, or in the coastal area some temporary platforms, whatever it may be, it will be incorporated in this project. So ultimately the sector, it has a lot of scope. Many things to be explored again. Our friend he was talking about his experience from 1974 onwards, how the industry was. Now the demand or the value or the importance of its requirement in the pharmaceutical industry or food supplement industry is more. So there is a very good potential, there is a very good opportunity for the processors to buy it from the producers. Ultimately what we need is the producers should be encouraged by giving capacity building, by giving credit facilities, and above all we should ensure that they are getting good germplasm, good seed material, so that their productivity will go up. So by this definitely I hope we can encourage them to be in the field. So ultimately the total quantum of seaweed should be produced. What we now every year getting is nearly 15,000 to 16,000 tons. For the next 1 year or 2 year, we plan to bring it to 25,000 tons wet weight. So in every year at least 20% of the previous year's production should be achieved, for which the scientific community, your research findings and your encouragement and your scientific guidance will be more useful. And beyond that, the lot of varieties, we are mainly depending on one variety, this Kappa figus. So if any other wild variety that can be naturally grown, or any variety that will suit our need, or anything to be important further by utilizing advanced tissue culture technology, if it is being given to the farmers, which will have the very good genetic potential, definitely it will make the industry to flourish. So with this point, just I'll really happy to participate in this what you call the international conference on phycology, though it is totally dealing with the phycology. Our more interest for administration interest as on today in these areas, definitely the seaweed. So here in this forum, almost all apart from organizers, persons from the field of the industry and persons from dignitaries from the research universities and also from funding agency, we are all here. I think it is an ideal situation where whatever the findings comes, it can be made into practical use by the farmer or the fisherman. Definitely it will encourage the fishermen to go for alternate or complementary production. Most of the time the fisherwomen, they are underutilized. They can be better utilized by asking them to go for seaweed cultivation. So I hope this conference will definitely be definitely it will throw a lot of light on the new findings. It will give some more areas of concentration and needed research for the scientists and also the central institutions. They can take it forward. Definitely, it will be more useful for the future fishermen community also. I wish all the success of this conference. So all the participants, either directly or virtually, your contributions will definitely lead the country to the top level in this field of seaweed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I request all the dignitaries to join Savner release.
Respected delegates, we are very happy to inform you that CSMCRI has successfully completed one project on seedling production of Capaficus alvarezi funded by National Fisheries Development Board. So we have partially distributed the seedlings to the farmers of Pudukkottai and North Ramanathapuram district 1 month ago. The district collector of Ramanathapuram district came and distributed the seedlings to the farmers. Today we are very fortunate to have our Commissioner of Fisheries, Government of Tamil Nadu. So the farmers from Sambai and Mangadu of Rameswaram Islands are very happy to receive that seedlings from the hands of our Commissioner of Fisheries. I am calling that the people from the Sambai and Mangadu, who more than 200 people are involving in the cultivation. We have selected only 20 people because of the shortage of time. I request all of them to come and get the seedlings from the Commissioner of Fisheries, Tamil Nadu. Please come. கொடுத்துருங்க சார் வெளியில் போட்டு Thank you, sir, for distributing the seedlings. I would like to tell one more thing. So CSMCRI is working very hard for the upliftment of socio-economic status of the farmers, especially seaweed cultivators along the Pudukkottai, Ramanathapuram and Tuticorin districts. All our scientists are almost having a close interaction with seaweed cultivators of all the 3 districts. I think as a token of honor, I think we request 2 farmers from these 20 farmers tell about that story of seaweed cultivation and how far that CSMCRI is supporting them. They are backbone for their cultivation activities. I request Ms. Mutta, let him speak in Tamil, how CSMCRI is supporting for your cultivation activities, please.
என் பேர் முத்தா சார், எங்கள் வீட்டுக்கார் பேர் முத்துவேல், ராமேஸ்வரத்தை சேர்ந்த சம்பை. நாங்கள் வந்து ஒரு 18 வருஷமாக பாசி வளர்க்குறோம். 18 வருஷமாக பாசி வளர்க்குறோம். 18 வருஷமாக ஃபஸ்ட்டு இந்த பாசி எங்களுக்கு கொடுத்தது வந்து கண்டுபிடிச்சி கொடுத்தது வந்து அக்வாகிரியிலேருந்து தான் சார். ஃபஸ்ட்டு பாசி எங்களுக்கு வளர்க்க இந்த தொழிலுங்கிற ஃபஸ்ட்டு வந்தது வந்து அக்வாகிரி தான் சார். அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து ஒரு 2021 சிஎஸ்எம்சிஆர்ஐலேருந்து எங்களுக்கு எல்லா உதவியும் பண்ணுறாங்க சார். சிஎஸ்எம்சிஆர்ஐலேருந்து ஃபிஷரிஸ் ஆஃபீஸிலேருந்து எல்லா உதவியுமே எங்களுக்கு பண்ணுறாங்க சார். அது சிஎஸ்எம்சிஆர்ஐலேருந்து எங்களுக்கு மூங்கில் கயிறு எல்லா பொருளுமே கொடுத்துருக்காங்க சார். எங்களுக்கு விதப்பாசி இல்லைங்கிறத வந்து எங்களுக்கு வந்து சிஎஸ்எம்சிஆர்ஐலேருந்து தான் எங்களுக்கு விதப்பாசி கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. இந்த வருஷம் முழுதும் வந்து அவங்க கொடுத்த பாசியில் தான் சார் நான் பாசி வளர்த்தேன். பாசி வளர்த்து பாசியை நல்லா விற்பனைக்கு நல்லா எங்களுக்கு ஏதோ ஓரளவு எங்கள் வாழ்வாதாரம் உயர்றதுக்கு ஒரு காரணமாக இருந்துச்சு சார். இதே மாதிரி இப்போ நான் என்ன விரும்பி கேட்டுக்கிறேன்னா, இந்த விதப்பாசி வந்து எங்களுக்கு எப்போவும் வந்து ஒரு நல்ல தரமான விதப்பாசி வந்து சிஎஸ்எம்சிஆர்ஐயில் இருந்தோ இல்லை அக்வாகிரியில் இருந்தோ இல்லை கவர்மெண்ட் வேறு இந்த ஃபிஷரிஸ் ஆஃபீஸ் இதுகளில் இருந்தோ எங்களுக்கு ஒரு தரமான ஒரு விதப்பாசி எங்களுக்கு கொடுத்தா எங்கள் வாழ்வாதாரம் உயர்றதுக்கு ரொம்ப ஒரு இதாக உதவியாக இருக்கும் சார். நன்றி.
எல்லாருக்கும் வணக்கம். நாங்கள் இந்த கடல் பாசி வளர்ப்பு 2004 இருந்து தொழில் பண்ணிக்கிட்டு இருக்கோம். எங்களுக்கு ஃபஸ்ட்டு அக்வாகிரியிலேருந்து இந்த கடல் பாசி வளர்க்குறதுக்கு சொல்லி கொடுத்தாங்க. இதே நாங்கள் மீனவ பெண்களுக்கு மிக ஒரு வாழ்வாதாரமாக இருக்கிறது இந்த கடல் பாசி வளர்ப்பு தான். நாங்கள் இப்போ அக்வாகிரியிலேருந்து கடல் பாசி விதைப்பாசி எல்லாம் கொடுக்க ஆரங்க. அதே மாதிரி கடல் ஆராய்ச்சி நிலையத்தில் இருந்து பாசி வளர்ப்பு ஆராய்ச்சி நிலையத்திலேருந்து எங்களுக்கு கடல் பாசி போன வருஷம் விதைப்பாசி கொடுத்தாங்க. அதை வச்சு தான் இந்த வருஷம் நாங்கள் தொழில் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். எங்களுக்கு நல்ல வருமானம் கிடச்சிருக்கு. இந்த விதைப்பாசி எங்களுக்கு மேலும் மேலும் கொடுக்கறதுக்கு எங்களுக்கு கடல் ஆராய்ச்சி மையத்திலேருந்து கொடுக்கணும்னு கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம். எங்களுக்கு ஏடி ஃபிஷரிஸ் ஆஃபீஸில் இருந்து எங்களுக்கு வழிகாட்டியாக இருக்கிறாங்க. எல்லாருமே எங்களுக்கு கடல் பாசி விதைப்பாசி கொடுத்து உதவுமாறு தாழ்மையிடம் கேட்டுக்கிறோம்.
நாங்கள் 2006 பாசி வளர்க்க ஆரம்பிச்சிருக்கோம். 2006 2013 வரைக்கும் எங்களுக்கு நல்ல வருமானம் கிடச்சிச்சு. 2013க்கு அப்புறம் பாசி வளர்ப்பு கம்மியாகவே இருந்துச்சு. விதைப்பாசி நல்லா தெளிவாக இல்லாதனால தான் எங்களுக்கு பாசி வளர்ப்பு கம்மியாக இருக்குது. அதுக்கப்புறம் CSIR எங்களுக்கு மூங்கிலும் கொடுத்தாங்க, கயிறு பாசி எல்லாம் கொடுத்து எங்களுக்கு உதவி பண்ணாங்க. அதிலேருந்து தான் நாங்கள் இப்போதைக்கு கொஞ்சம் வருமானத்தை பார்த்துருக்கோம். ஆனாலும் போதுமான வருமானம் கிடையாது இப்போதைக்கு எங்களுக்கு. இதை எங்களுக்கு உற்பத்தியாக்கி கொடுத்தவங்க சக்திவேல் சாரும் பெரியசாமி சார் செந்தில் சார் 3 பேரும் தான். எங்களுக்கு எல்லாமே ட்ரைனிங் கொடுத்து பாசியிலேருந்து கயிறு மூங்கி எல்லாமே இருந்து கொடுத்து எங்களுக்கு உதவி பண்ணாங்க. அவங்க ட்ரைனிங் கொடுத்ததுனால தான் எங்களுக்கு இந்த பாசினா என்ன, எப்படி இதை வளர்க்கணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி எங்களுக்கு சொல்லி கொடுத்ததுனால தான் இப்போது முதல்ல 10 பேர் வளர்த்தோம். இப்போ 300-400 பேருக்கு மேலேயே இந்த பாசியை நாங்கள் வளர்க்குறோம். அதிலேருந்து வருமானம் கிடைச்சதுனால தான் நாங்கள் இந்த பாசியை நாங்கள் வளர்க்குறோம். எங்களுக்கு மீனும் பிடிக்கிற வருமானத்தை விட இந்த பாசியில் எங்களுக்கு 2006 2013 வரைக்கும் எங்களுக்கு வருமானம் நல்ல வருமானம் கிடைச்சது போக அது மாதிரியே இப்போவும் நாங்கள் எங்களுக்கு அந்த வருமானம் வரணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஆசைப்படுறோம். அதுக்கு நீங்கள் எல்லா அதிகாரிகளும் எல்லா டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்டில் உள்ளவங்களுக்கு எங்களுக்கு உதவி செய்ய எங்களுக்கு விதைப்பாசியை நல்ல பாசியாக கொடுக்க உங்களை வேண்டி விரும்பி கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம்.
நன்றி எல்லாருக்கும். வாழ்த்துக்கள்.
Thank you all. It is appreciable to thankful for the achieved accomplishments in the given moment. So we would like to invite Dr. V. Veera Gurunathan, Principal Scientist, Convener, ICAP 2022 to propose the vote of thanks.
Good morning to all. So it is my immense pleasure to give vote of thanks for inaugural session. So my sincere thanks to our chief guest Palanichami sir, because within 2 weeks interval we got his approval and prior permission for becoming chief guest here for this conference, and the first sponsor we got it from NABARD for this conference. So I solicit my sincere thanks to PT Usha madam for sponsors for this conference, and our Naimia sir, he always with us. Whenever he come to Ramanathapuram to visit his industry, so immediately he visit our lab also. So very thanks sir, and for your continuous support. And our Krishnan sir, today there are very useful mantras and sutras are given. Sir, we are continuously trying to eradicate some misconcept that something happened. We are scientifically try to prove that it is not like that. It is over-expressed and over-exaggerated thing. So we are trying by scientific way, so not in emotional way. So I made sincere thanks to our director. This conference that happened within 2 times only, but director said, I am with you, so go ahead. So from the day onwards, sir giving continuous support for organizing this conference. So I express my sincere thanks to all the chief guests, invited guests, for accepting our invitation in short period of time and coming here and participating in the conference and giving a wonderful lecture. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody. And those who are participating in virtual mode and those who came here for a poster presentation, scientific scholars from various universities and affiliated colleges, and scientists, industrialists from various places. I thank everyone for gathering here to grasp this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Announcement to all participants. High tea is arranged aside in this conference hall. I request all of you to have a tea in cooperation with the first session, which will start in 10 minutes.
Yes, sir. 2 minutes. I'll introduce you and then by the time.
Make it very brief. Because we're already running behind the schedule. And let's not go for very quick.
அவங்க இல்லையா? ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுவோமா சார்? ஆன் பண்ணி.
Good morning. Learned psychologist, industrialist, and my dear friends. I am very much delighted indeed to initiate the first session of this international conference on applied psychology. Seaweeds, cultivation as well as the products. Let me invite wholeheartedly Dr. CSIR Reddy to deliver the first lecture of this conference. Please. Kindly make a note. The given time is only 15 minutes. You can have up to 18 minutes for your deliberations and 2 minutes for discussion if possible. Please.
Good morning to everyone. Respected delegates from the scientific fraternity, industry, government, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. So before going on to the talk, emerging opportunities in seaweed cultivation and utilization, I would like to express my feelings to Dr. Ganeshan, with whom I have worked for more than 25 years and worked in several projects, published several papers, and worked on development of infrastructure, and I enjoyed working with him, and I don't remember any time where we had any difference of opinion or any heartburns. So with these kind words, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks and wish Dr. Ganeshan very happy and long, the second winning of his next life. So thank you, Ganeshan. Thank you for inviting me, and I will thank Dr. Kannan and organizers for giving me an opportunity to share some of my thoughts, which will definitely a guiding principles or guiding points for the youngsters who are gathered here. So today I am going to talk about the emerging opportunities in seaweed farming and utilization in India. So the opportunities what I am going to share in this next maybe 15 minutes or 20 minutes are of very immediate relevant and high priority, which will not only address the existing maybe climatic problems or other pollution problems, but also provide environmental benefits to all stakeholders. And seaweed resources are unparalleled, and they address many UN Sustainable Development Goals. May I have seconds? So like we all know that the peninsular India has more than 7,500 kilometers long coastline. However, the cultivation activity for more than 10 years largely confined to Tamil Nadu coast, and it's also more or less like a 200 kilometers long coastline is confined. So it has not been expanded for many other reasons, and I'm very happy that Government of India also taken part of this activity to promote the seaweed cultivation all over the Indian coast. And as I think he was telling Nehemiah in the morning, so the seaweeds which are harvested from the wild is roughly valued at around 25 crores, and there are more than 2,000 people have been part of this activity. So now it has to be the condition what reflected today. It reminds me the situation of 1950, where the seaweed production largely been confined to the wild collection. Okay, so now since then, I think gradually the production of seaweeds through cultivation has increased, and today I think more than 90% of the seaweeds what are globally harvested accounted from the cultivation. So I just wanted to draw your attention that the current global production of seaweeds is more than 35 million tons. And if you look at the number of countries which are actively contributing to the global production, remains less than 10 or 10. But definitely I don't want to get into the evaluation, because Mehime already told that latest report where the value of the seaweed is estimated around $7 billion. But in 2018 FAO report, it has been shown as $11.7 billion. So the intention of showing this slide is that India is nowhere in this list of the countries, right? And the latest FAO report, which shows the regions more than 14, and among that, one of the country having, Kiribati is one of the country which is having around 3,500 tons wet weight, is already been figured in that global list of the countries in seaweed production. Though India has been more than 25 to 30,000 tons seaweed production, so that has not been reflected in that. So there is a scope, and somebody need to update this so that in the future update of global production of seaweeds, India duly figures in the list of countries. So that will bring a new opportunities for the country as well. So another opportunity where this industry can grow is the biorefinery, bioprocessing technologies. I wanted to appraise all of you. Although India has been talked about that we are nowhere in the production of seaweeds or in the utilization of the seaweed, but we are first in the world to come up with a very innovative technologies called integrated technologies, where the harvested seaweed is directly processed and developed commercially important products. So this technology, to the best of my knowledge, maybe we are first in the world to show the seaweed processors, the wet seaweed can be utilized for making the products of commodity value. So, yeah. So here now the opportunity, so the opportunity is that the new bioprocessing technologies, what we have developed, which efficiently utilizes the biomass and increases the sustainability. So these technologies have to be taken forward. So what so far we have been doing is that processing the seaweed for making a product or two products. But here the new technologies where the entire biomass is processed for recovering various commodity products, that will enhance the sustainability of the seaweed industry. So this is something where we need to take forward the new industry where the entire biomass is processed to realize various products. So another important opportunity which I would like to draw to your attention is the methane. Methane is the second most abundant anthropogenic greenhouse gas and accounts for more than 30% of global emission of these greenhouse gases. And secondly, the methane global warming potential is more than 85% of CO2. And it has a shelf life or the life of 20 years. And beyond that, that will get oxidized and releases CO2 and water vapor. And those both also causes global warming. So there is an urgent need to mitigate methane emissions to contain the global warming potential or slow down the global warming potential. If you look at it, the cattle are the largest producer of methane, and now the Australian scientists have found out supplementation of animal feed around 2%, 1 or less than 2%, mitigates more than 97% of methane, right? And there is a global patent on that one. Future Feed is the one which is having the global patent, and that is patent is acquired from CSIRO Australia in collaboration with the James Cook University and Meat and Livestock Australian company which developed that. So this is a one typical example to narrate what Vice Chancellor was talking about, collaboration and cooperation. So where the scientists from industry, scientists from academia, and scientists from the business community came together to file a patent and transferring the technology of this patent and all. And there are many other companies also now working in this domain. So to give few names of those industries, and of course one is the Future Feed, that is an Australian-based company, and there are also US companies, and there's a Green Grazers from Portugal, and Symbiosia from Hawaii, and there are so many other companies who are also spearheading in cultivating this Aspergillus, the red seaweed, and working to mitigate the methane emission. And this seaweed we also have in Gulf of Mannar, where this seaweed is growing. So this also reminds me to share, when I joined CSMCRI in 1993, that is the time I met Dr. Ganeshan, who was working on Aspergillus recovery of iodine. So those are the years where India introduced iodization of the salt, and there was a project where iodine recovery from the seaweed has been given to CSMCRI. So Ganeshan was one of the team member of that project to collect the Aspergillus from Gulf of Mannar and process and determine the iodine content. So there's a very nice analogy that when he is retiring, this Aspergillus has come back again for a different application, where that is an animal feed supplement for methane mitigation. So here is another great opportunity is we all know that this plastic waste. So globally around 275 million tons of plastic waste is produced. Of that, only I think less than 14% is also recycled, and rest is either goes into the landfills or the ocean, where it is going to choke the ecosystem and affecting the life of the ocean life and all. So there is an urgent need to replace the plastic with the biodegradable plastic, and seaweed has been found out to be one of the alternative, for the simple reason is that it comes with a less carbon footprint. So as you see that there are many companies which are spearheading in the biodegradable plastic from the seaweed resources. Certainly UK is the one which is leading, and followed by US and other countries. So there is a scope for India also to be part of this initiative. There is a one company called Zero Circle, headed by a women entrepreneur, who is leading biodegradable plastic from the seaweed material. So this is also create an opportunity for increasing the cultivation, or bringing the innovations for the cultivation and utilizing the cultivation. So this is how these opportunities provides us a new requirements for producing enhanced seaweed biomass. And here another opportunity, where a problem has been converted into opportunity. I'm sure many of us know that the Caribbean coast, especially Mexico, has been really experiencing a nuisance of sargassum. So one of the reports says the sargassum which is floating in that area is more than 30 million tons, which is almost all equal to the global production of seaweeds. So there are companies like Algex, one US-based company, which is using this polymer from sargassum or seaweeds or even microalgae, even bloom algae. So using those polysaccharides for making shoe soles and all. So one can even look at, in any website today, most of the brands, which are now switching over from synthetic soils to the biodegradable soils and all. So it is also provides an opportunity to replace. So that is the reason why I say that seaweeds are unparalleled. So they have a potential to offer more than what the terrestrial crops can offer for our day-to-day living. So another opportunity where we are talking about the green fuels, biofuels and all. I'm very sure that we have been talking about converting agriculture waste into natural compressed gas or methane or, or something like that. So here there is an opportunity for seaweeds to be used for converting into green fuels, right? So the opportunity here is I'm sure that many of you would have heard about the oleaginous yeast. So here there are certain yeast products I just listed, the aloe vera and rhodotortola, and there are 2 more species. So these are all recorded or known for higher lipid productivity. So the seaweeds, which are known to have higher carbon content or polysaccharide content, can effectively utilize or leverage for converting these carbohydrates into microbial oils. So those oils can be further refined. So one can either make biodiesel or one can make even aviation fuels. So the biorefining technologies are already available, and we have in India, there are organizations, CSIR organizations, which have expertise and which are working on developing aviation fuels from the lipids based on this, So this is also gives a new opportunity. So where the biomass can be utilized for, making a biodiesel or aviation fuel after recovering the other substrates which are not going to be part of this biofuel production. Like, for example, proteins can be, can be recovered before it is processed for producing biofuels. So like morning, I think Dr. Kannan was emphasizing on the opportunity of edible seaweeds. So here shows the number of seaweeds which are worldwide utilized, and more than 80% of the seaweed which are shown here are growing along the Indian coast. So we require to develop, one is the cultivation technology. So various seaweeds possess various challenges, various technologies, demanding various type of technologies, and we have plenty of opportunities and resource to develop the seaweeds. So one is the development of a seaweed for consumer market. Once the market is created, there should be sustainable production of quality biomass, because it is going into the edible market and all. So there is a huge opportunity for looking at seaweeds as a healthy foods, because they have all nutritional values which are required for good human health and all. They have proteins, they have vitamins, they have minerals, they have antioxidants which can be leveraged by consuming the seaweeds. So the other is how do we integrate these seaweeds in our food? Because we have a quite diversity in eating our foods. So there is a scope for using this kind of a seaweed also in our foods. So some of the things which I showed also reflects our Indian foods. Like there are certain dishes quite common. In the morning breakfast, we take pohe, where the seaweed powder can be sprinkled and one can consume along with that. And there are also sandwiches where you can make, because in India we do not have the kind of a porphyra what Japanese eat or Koreans eat. But some of the seaweeds what we grow, one can make similar to sushi sheets, and those sheets can be used in making sandwiches. Even the chas, what we drink, buttermilk. So this algal powder can be put and we can take along with it. And the other one is the kalarpa, which is known as the sea grapes, that can be very well put along with the vegetables and salad, and it can be consumed. So another opportunity is now we all know that the vegan population is rapidly growing. So it is going at the rate of, I think, 16 CAGR, cumulative growth rate, annual growth rate. And all. So there is a shift in our preferences, and there's a lot of people are preferring to eat plant-based protein because of the carbon footprint or land footprint or water footprint and all. So again, seaweeds here have a role to play. So today's the plant-based protein, the market is around $10 billion. It is expected to grow to 14 by 2025. So there is a tremendous scope for switching over, or to cultivating the seaweeds for plant-based protein. So like I said that we may not have the species what are known for higher protein content like porphyra, like palmaria. These are the two species which are well recognized or well considered for protein. But we have alternative sources which can be effectively used for protein purpose. So here I am considering looking at the vulva, which grows faster. It is a climate resilient. The protein content is relatively higher than the productivity is higher than the traditional soybean crop, where the production, if you look at it per hectare, it is somewhere else 3 tons per hectare, whereas in vulva you can go up to, in optimized conditions, up to 80 tons a hectare. This is a dry weight it is, and the protein what we produce per hectare is around 13 tons it is. So in terms of productivity, in terms of protein, it's much superior than the soya crop what we use for protein supplement. So the another application here, we all use salts. So the salt what we are using today, it contains nothing but sodium chloride, maybe some traces of other, okay. But the seaweeds what we are harvesting, when you are drying it, so obviously there are salt which you can get it, and these salts can be utilized as an alternative to the traditional salts. So the USP, one might wonder that what is great about these salts, because these salts have other minerals which are of human values, nutritional values or health values. It has a iron, it has a calcium, it has a magnesium, manganese, maybe traces of other very, very useful. So when we are doing these integrated technologies, when we are going for biorefinery, there is a scope for making the salts, and the salts can be used as a functional salts. They are no more as a sodium chloride based salts, as a functional salts. So there is another opportunity that will provide that, considering seaweeds as a byproduct, salt can be sold as a byproduct. In Europe, there are some companies which are selling the kelp salt in the market. So we have been hearing about the challenges the Copper-Ficus industry is facing. Definitely even the new industry when expanded. So most of the seaweeds what are today globally grown, they're all spore-based cultivations. There are very few seaweeds only which are grown vegetatively, like Copper-Ficus, right? So whenever the spore-based cultivation is the ways and means of cultivating it, so you require a land-based nurseries. So it is very important that India start learning how to grow seaweeds in the land-based systems, right? So it is possible to grow seaweeds in the land-based tank system. There are companies in Israel, there are companies in Canada who are already doing this one last, I think more than a decade. A lot of species are grown in the tanks. It allows you to have a controlled growth and quality seaweed by culturing it. Though it has some kind of investment, but the product what we produce, the quality what we get from the land-based system is much better than the seaweeds what we get in the sea, because we don't have any control of the crop what we grow in the seaweed. So tomorrow, I foresee the future industry is going to be driven by the ingredient business. So the ingredients can come only from the land-based systems, not from the sea-based systems. So most of the formulations what we do based on the ingredients, so the consumer always demand the material what is given to him, the ingredients are consistent. So to achieve that kind of a consistency, it is possible only in the land-based system, but not these. The other advantages is beyond the seasonalities. So one can grow the seaweeds or germlings or baby plants or nurseries round the year. So you have some kind of a perfection, and there are certain controls which are at your disposal to regulate and grow the plant consistently, quality material. I think this is what I thought I will take this opportunity to show some of the relevant and immediate requirements that can be taken forward and can become a roaring seaweed business.
Okay.
And that helps the even stakeholders and livelihood for the people and industry.
Excellent, CSIR Reddy, for there is giving very brief account on different aspects of seaweeds, especially biorefinery of Alva for 100% utility, and methane. In order to reduce the methane production, he asked us to include asparagopsis, bioplastics, microbial oils from seaweeds, edible seaweeds, then functional salts. And lastly, you mentioned about land-based seaweed farming, which help us to initiate seed production, especially for Kappa, I guess. So these are the very important aspects he has given in his lecture. Very, very interesting. Let me invite a few questions from the audience. One or two. I didn't catch it. Huh? Toxic algae. Toxic. Is there any toxicity?
Yeah. Like I said that, yeah, good. I think when we are talking about the seaweeds for edible purpose, I think it is a very important that we are growing in waters which are safe. So you can't grow seaweeds which are contaminated with something else, anything. So they have to be grown in a clean waters. So plants have a natural ability to accumulate, right? So definitely one of the criteria for edible seaweed is the water what you are using is relatively safe.
If there is no more questions, let me congratulate once again for briefing excellent talk on the subject.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Ishwaran, former principal scientist, to honor CRK Reddy, sir.
Okay. Okay. The next speaker is Professor K. Badmukumar, Director, Center for Marine Biodiversity, University of Kerala, Thiruvananthapuram. He is going to enlighten prospects of algae as sustainable feed ingredients for aquaculture. Please.
Good morning. So it's a pleasure joining this international symposium and share my knowledge, and also felicitate Dr. Ganeshan, who was also a colleague in my alma mater in the Center of Advanced Study in Marine Biology. So he was a very unassuming contributor to the seaweed science. So we have a very long association as editor of Seaweed Research and Utilization Journal, and also a good friend of me whenever I come to the Rameswaram. So I never misses to meet Dr. Ganeshan and Ishwaran. Also, I thank the organizers and Dr. Kannan for the opportunity. So, this presentation is mainly focusing on my research, also to motivate the young researchers towards taking up marine algae as an ingredient in the aquaculture feed, whether it is fish or prawn or any other thing. So we have a source available which is very less known. Next. So in fact, as you know about the fisheries and aquaculture in India, the fish is a major diet in many of these states. At least in Kerala, we take considerable amount of fish in our diet. As you know that it is, in addition to providing protein as well as amino acids, it also provides the other vital nutrients like vitamins and calcium, and also very lately the omega-3 fatty acids. So people, who can't get all this from cereal diet definitely would be supported by the fish as a diet. Next, please. So India had a phenomenal contribution or growth in the fisheries, almost around 11% increase in the fisheries production, and also that is the annual one. And in fact, India is considered as the second largest fish producer in the world, accounting around 8% of global production of fisheries. And last year we earned almost around 43,000 crores of rupees through the fish export. And in addition to that, it provides livelihood to coastal population. So that's way it supports the Indian economy as well as the life of the fishermen. Next, please. So it clearly shows the world capture fisheries and culture fisheries. And the yellow color one shows about the capture fisheries. And from 80s onwards, there is a stagnancy in the production of the capture fisheries, but the culture fisheries is having a very phenomenal growth. Culture fisheries in the sense aquaculture fisheries, so which needs external feeding. So such a way that the aquaculture is alarmingly growing in India. Next, please. In the world. Here you can see that in addition to the production of all aquatic organisms, there is a phenomenal growth in the production of our aquaculture. Production of algae is also on the rise. So, there is the yellow color one shows about the increase phenomenally in the production of the seaweeds in the world, or marine algae in the world. Next, please. So this is the 5 different top fish-eating states in the world, and Kerala is the second one. So all the others, even though they do not harvest, but they are the fish eaters, major fish eaters in the world. So there is a demand for fish in the world, in India. Next, please. And we have great resources available for, culture fisheries. Next. So few examples of fishes like ranging from carps, catfishes, freshwater fern like macrobrachium, and also of late the largest production is made by the brackish water one. Now freshwater also it's being cultured, the Litopenes or Vanami one, and also tilapia and the latest paku. All are being cultured in India through freshwater. Next, in marine also, you have a wide variety of prawns. Some of them are still dwindling, and also you have mullets and lattes, and also crabs, all being cultured in the laboratory, which requires external feeding. Next, please. So let's talk about why we need alternative ingredient in the fish feed. Why not the current formulation can't sustain the aquaculture world. Next. So in aquaculture from time immemorial, for long time, they use fish as a part of the feed. So you have to kill the fish to feed the fish. Nowhere in the science people do this kind of venture. So how long you can feed the fish by killing the fish and feeding the thing? How can it sustain in the world? So it can't sustain even the human consumption. So leave alone the one. Next, please. So aquaculture feeds are incorporated with the fish meal and fish oil to attract the fish to eat and also enhance the nutrient level of the one. So actually the reason for this is the fish meal and oil contains a nice mix of the optimal nutrients that is necessary, or digestible protein and carbohydrate necessary for the fish to absorb and enhance its growth. So that's the reason that we have been using it. So, but currently, the such sources for preparing oil and fish meal to feed the fish is dwindling. Next, please. Here you can see that the level of capture fisheries as well as culture fisheries, and when the culture fisheries is enhancing from 1980s onwards, world started feeling the scarcity of fish meal as part of fish are to be incorporated in the ingredient in the aquaculture feed or formulated feed. So, next. In fact, you can understand that within the last 2 to 3 decades, there is a phenomenal increase in the cost of such fish meal. It's around 110% increase in the price of the fish meal. So with the fish meal and fish oil prices are rocketing. There has been very growing interest among the aquaculturists to replace fish meal to reduce the cost, as well as conserve the fishery resources as an alternative for partial protein resources. So they look either an alternative animal or plant origin substitute in the aquaculture ingredients. As you know that 2/3 of the cost of aquaculture production is through the feed. So feed contributes the price of the fish that you harvest. So that's the reason that they wanted to reduce the cost. Next, please. So there are many research going on around the world to find an appropriate conducive plant-based products which can replace fish meal, and also importantly it should have a balanced nutrients and also easily digestible, as well as essential amino acids, lipids. All these things must be there in your formulated or replacing ingredient. So people tried with soybean and also many lipid-rich microalgae in the feed ingredients in the recent past. Next. So this shows about the different level of protein, lipid, carbohydrate, which can provide you a good feed conversion ratio. So you can, if you look into the cattle, which is having the highest feed conversion ratio of almost around 6, and for tilapia and sea bream, it's around 1.5. It's 0.5 to 1.5 is the feed conversion, accepted feed conversion ratio. So people look into the ingredients and the feed conversion ratio to ascertain the quality of the material. Next, please. So this also shows about how in earlier researchers, people incorporated specific algae as an ingredient like Gracilaria, vulva, and other algae. Almost around 40 different species of algae were tried to replace the fish meal to get a good energy conversion ratio. Next, please. Let's come to the role of seaweed. Next. So within the last, almost around 2 decades, there is a phenomenal growth in the number of publications. Coming in the literature using algae as an ingredient in aquaculture feeds. So such way it's, you can see that from 2015 onwards, large number of publications, more than about, now this year we had nearly about 52 publications specifically on using algae as feed ingredient. Next please. Next. So why algae and what is important about algae? So there are many shortcomings available in using plant-based or terrestrial plant-based ingredients. So say for example, the crop plants lack specific amino acid like lysine, methionine, and threonine, tryptophan. So which is found in good quantity in the macroalgae. And also microalgae. So there are several examples, there are publications available which says that the marine algae is rich in specific amino acid which is not present in appreciable quantity in terrestrial plants. Next. So one of the important amino acid which is needed for the mainly carnivorous fishes is taurine. So taurine is specifically present in the seaweeds in copious quantities. So porphyra in our course, it's one of the important one. Likewise, research on such unique amino acids which is necessary for the growth of the organism is not done much in our country. So which is a gap area where instead of, in spite of having more than 800 species, so amino acid composition, fatty acid composition of these organisms are not done thoroughly. Next, please. So when you do such a kind of applications, in addition to the quality of the ingredients, you should also ascertain how the ingredients are digestible by the organism, how easily it is digestible and absorbable, so how the enzyme levels of the organisms are maintained. So such a way you have to conduct simultaneous research on these organisms. Next, please. So we have you can skip Collarpa racemosa from Mandapam area. Next, and also Enteromorpha from the Muttam area. We have a copious at times. Next, yeah, you have Calpomania in Kidakarai, which blooms at times, Turbinaria. Likewise, you can skip a couple of representative species, Gracilaria also. So Hypnea, there are different. So in fact, we have through multinational research projects, we have screened almost around 20 species for different palatability as well as digestibility kind of thing collected from the different coast during the one, which we concentrated on algae which could be collected in appreciable quantity to conduct the feed trials. Next, please. And also we have conducted about, somebody was asking about the toxin in the algae. In this context, we conducted the feeding deterrent present in the algae. We used goldfish assay understand what are the species, at what level the deterrence is available in order to select or avoid the particular species of fish that's available. Next, please. So, through the collaboration with the University of Stirling, we have screened the concentration of fatty acids in the algae. So, likewise, Lawrencea, Dictyota, likewise, Vulva fasciata, and Chlorella vulgaris, like many species we have identified, and the highlighted one is the omega-3 fatty acid level in these algae, even though it is not in an appreciable quantity, but it is present, and also ALA is also, which can be converted physiologically by the organism, is also present. So such a way we did basic research on whether feeding the algae with omega-3 fatty acid can enhance the level of the omega-3 fatty acid in the flesh of fish. That also part of the agenda of the next, please. So that's a field trial. Anyone who wanted to have, we have a set protocol which was finalized with the University of Stirling in UK for, they are the pioneers in feed formulation. So we did the feed trials in the laboratory using the gift tilapia and size and tanks. It's a devised recirculatory system which sustains without exchanging water at least 2 weeks' time. So we used Vulva fasciata in 4 different concentration, and it is a sinking pellet, a partially sinking pellet we have used, and 80 days duration was conducted, and we every day we monitored the factors that is respond. Next, please. So that's Vulva fasciata, which grows very profusely in the Kanyakumari coast, and also, the west coast you find during monsoon season, you can collect tons of Vulva fasciata from the coast. Next place, we have used this one. So we have also analyzed the composition of Vulva fasciata, like lipid, protein, ash content, moisture from the one before including in the trial. Next, please. So that's our formulation, which included soybean, corn gluten, wheat, alva, sunflower oil, choline, and different amino acids, and also monocalcium we have done. It's a formulated, very standard diet formulation, and alva is added at 5, 10, and 15 and 20% concentration, and also a blanc was added along with that. And also we have included a formulated commercial feed from CP also included in the next place. So that's a approximate composition of the formulated feed after adding the ingredients. So protein, lipid, and carbohydrate levels. So you can understand that it's around 12 to 16% is available in protein, and around 2% of the lipid. Carbohydrate is around 2%. Likewise, it is next, please. So from this you can understand the effect of feeding Vulva fasciata, replacing completely the fish meal in different concentration, the growth rate. The first one tells about the, shows about the average weight gain, and you may be able to understand that 5 and 10, especially at 5% composition, the fish gained much weight, almost around 37 grams during this one, and the control is more because it, as you know that you have fish oil and protein that is included, but it is comparable. It's around 37 and around 42 is the difference that's available. Still, commercially, it is viable to grow this on, and also the FCR is also, very low. So the control, it is 0.8 or so. This is around 0.9. So that's why specific growth is also comparable to the control. Such a way, I believe that the fish might have enjoyed replacing the fish meal with the alva fasciata. Next, please. So that's digestive enzymes were also checked in the organism. So it's also comparable. Results with the control we have observed. Next. So that's indigenous kind of recirculatory system. If you have roughly about 60,000 rupees, you may be able to fix this particular system, and which can, if it is well maintained, it can sustain for years. Next, please. Next. That's one that we formulated for the program, but we have now a very advanced facility available in the laboratory. Next, please. So that's an individual tank. Next. So the aim of this particular one is how you can reduce the cost of fish meal in the feed and fish oil, and also you can reduce the wastage or biodiversity. Conservation is also aimed at making it, because fish meal means the trash fishes or fish trawled discards are used. But anyway, they are the future recruitments, which we are always killing them. So such a way, we can reduce the cost of or increase in the cost of fish meal can be reduced such a way. So and normally people also consider this is an evolving field, and it is alternative feed ingredients are always complementary to the regular feeds. So vegetable-based feeds are being replaced in the algae to gain more economic viability to the aquaculture industry. That's why. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Padma Kumar. He has got a lot of experience in aquaculture field for the past more than 30 or 34 years. He has given very interesting results, especially by testing more number of seaweeds. Among them, he found alba fasciata seems to be a good option to include as a feed ingredient by excluding fish meal. That is more important. I'd like to invite one or two questions from the audience. Plankton.
How about
is there any phytoplankton?
Yeah, in tanks or in the ponds?
In the ponds, basically, or in your tanks which can be converted to your ponds.
Yeah. In the tank, virtually there is, because it's a recirculatory system and it never allows plankton to grow. But in the open pond, we have a circulatory system in our campus, which is, if it is an open thing, means slowly the algal growth will be available.
I think. The question is very simple. When you compare, is there any comparison of your phytoplankton density in the culture pond? You have different ponds, There will be a phytoplankton.
Yeah, that's a tank.
Tank,
okay.
Agreed, but there will be some phytoplankton, diatoms or green algae.
No, there is no other organism will be growing there, because it is a recirculatory system. Every water goes and then circulate through a filter and then comes. It's a clean water. Nothing is there. Only the feed is added. Yeah, recirculatory system means we will not allow, but his question may be different, and it's in the natural pond. Yeah. Yeah, natural pond it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, the natural ponds, right? Yeah.
I think Mr. Nehemiah has put a very interesting question. When we add, there is a fish meal as control, another one is without fish meal but added with seaweed based formulation. Is there any difference in pectoplasma density? I think students may take it up as a challenge.
Yeah, that's
very, very interesting.
But there is also challenge in this field because if you take about the fish feed, so yes, tilapia feed is used for many other fishes also. But for example, in farmer, to reduce the cost, even though he cultivates two different species, he may use a single thing. But the nutritional requirement of the other species may not be the same as the tilapia. So likewise, there is a need for species-specific feed, and also the age of the larvae also important, at which age what kind of nutrient is necessary, if it is 10 years or if it is 5 days old or 10 days old. So such a way, this is also a kind of study where the necessity of the organism has to be ascertained while preparing the feed. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Please. Depends upon which algae and which species and what large the tank is.
I asked as a layman, so I'm not an expert on that.
Yeah. If it is a recirculatory system, a open tank with a large volume of water, no problem. I think that it people even tried with Alba lactuca and Latus calcarifer. People have tried. Yeah, there is also, and also people tried with shrimp and alva, and people say that the alva has a kind of probiotic thing, that is a vibrio, which prevents infection on the fish, shrimp. So such a way, there are a lot of studies available. It's possible.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks a lot, Professor, for giving a wonderful talk.
Thank you.
We are running out of time. Let me invite Dr. Ganesh, Professor and Head.
Sir, before that, we would like to honor Padma Kumar, sir. I request Mr. Tirupati, Senior Technical Officer, to honor Professor Padma Kumar, sir. Along with this, I have a small announcement to participants. Please display the posters from 40 number to 33 outside. Thank you.
The next speaker is Dr. Dr. D. Ganesh, Professor and Head, Department of Biotechnology, Madurai Kamara University, Madurai, Tamil Nadu, is going to deliver on current status and future strategies for genetic improvement of Kappa Phagus in India. Please. I request kindly restrict to the timing of only 18 minutes and 2 minutes for discussion, please. Only salient features may be given to the audience.
the organizer for giving this opportunity. And in fact, this is a collaborative research program between the Madurai Kamaraj University, Aquagri Processing Private Industry, and the CMCRI Mandapam. And in fact, we are not going to give a review of work done by various peoples, but we want to project what the Madurai Kamaraj University has done as far as the Kappa Vicus genetic improvement is concerned. Next slide, please. So basically, we are interested to improve the fundamental genetic of Kappa vicus, considering the fact that the species undergo a serious setback. So that is, the genetic potential of the Kappa vicus is drastically reduced because a very limited genetic resources has been utilized for repeated multiplication for the process of seed production as well as the commercial biomass production. So in order Therefore, our main focus is on the genetic improvement of Kappa vicus. So when you look at the genetics of Kappa vicus, it is crossing through three different important phases. One is the corpus sporophyte, tetrasporophyte, and the gametophyte. So you can see there are two phases which goes with the 2N, and tetraspore is the one which produces a 1N spores, which is the haploid numbers. So when you look at the history of the chromosome number, so there is a first report has been published in the Kappa vicus wherein the tetraspores are found to have only 10 numbers of chromosomes. Because it is exists in the N1N form, so naturally the 2N or the vegetative cells of the Kappa vicus is supposed to have 20 numbers of chromosomes. And in our hypothesis, when you produce a polyploids, the genetically improved polyploids, which is likely to have 40 numbers of chromosomes, so that when you develop a polyploids, it is likely to produce more genetic vigor with more carrageen and production. So that is our objectives. Second, next slide, please. Yeah, I am not going to touch upon how the polyploidization work. When you develop the polyploids, when the chromosome numbers are getting doubled, and probably you can expect all kind of the agronomic traits being improved. So particularly biomass can be enhanced significantly, and the most important product is so-called carrageen, and we can expect more productions as far as the final outcome is concerned. Next slide, please. And we have developed a very simple technology, a technique for culturing the Kappa vicus microcuttings for a very long time. So usually in the process of micropropagation, the Kappa vicus micropropagules or the microcuttings can be retained in the tissue culture only for the 2 or 3 weeks. And here we have developed a very simple procedure to retain the microcuttings for more than 3 or 4 months, so that you can do all kind of genetic manipulations to induce the polyploidations. In our experiments, the polyploidization requires a very long time because it requires the exposure of long time towards the colchicine exposure. So we have developed a very simple protocol to see that the tissues absorb as much as quantity of colchicine. Therefore, there is possibility for enhancing the polyploidization frequency. Next slide, please. And this is the published report already. I think the useful number of AMBUP has been already exploited in Kappa vicus micropropagations as well as on the field level also. So we have not done a very detailed experiments, and we have selected a very few combinations
out of the published work, and we found that AMBUP is going to play a very, very crucial factor in order to develop the shoots in a very short time, as well as to improve the biomass. So when you use the AMBUP with some other component, like a general growth hormones, so you are likely to get more biomass productions, not only in the process of micropropagations, probably in the field also. Next slide, please. And this is the simple data that we have generated. You can see in the last data, when AMBUP is used, and you are likely to get more biomass. So this is the record that we have made. And this result is in supportive of most of the reports they have published work in the Kappa ficus. Next slide, please. And I want to show you a very simple picture. You can see the last picture, how AMBUP has created a significant effect in the production of biomass. When AMBUP is used and you get the better production of biomass, therefore AMBUP has been used in our experiments, not only for the regeneration process, but also in the process of polyploidization. We have used AMBUP is one of the critical component in our studies. Next slide, please. And this is the simple technique that we have evolved to culture the microcuttings of Kappa ficus for a very long time. So in the first, we have used the very simple procedure, the routinely used procedure as a control to see how the microcuttings are survived. So we could not be able to see the microcuttings after 1 month of time. So when you use a simple prototype that we have developed for a very long culture of microcuttings, so we could be able to retain these cultures with a good viability and a very good state of growth for a very long time. We could be able to maintain this culture for 4 months, considering the fact that this kind of experiments require more time. Next slide, please. And here, this is an experiment that we have done, what is the level that we have to use for the colchicine is concerned. So we have just tested 4 different concentrations, and we have seen 0.01% of the colchicine is the best concentration to induce polyploidy in the Kappa ficus. Next slide, please. And you can see the robustness of the microshoots that we have developed in the laboratories. And these shoots are very, very vigorous with more pigmentations. And these shoots have produced more biomass as compared to the normal plant. Okay. So this picture, we have just shown how the colchicine is affecting on the microshoots. Next slide, please. Coming to the evaluation of the polyploids. We have done a very simple and basic experiment in order to prove that how these polyploids are different or unique against the normal plant. So we have just took the meristematic cells as one of the important parameters. So when you look at the meristematic or the medullary region of the polyploids or the colchicine-induced cells, and you can see the medullary regions has more meristematic cells as compared to the normal plant. And apart from that, we have also studied the cell size and the epidermal layer, and you can see there is a significant clear difference between the normal as well as the colchicine-induced cells as far as the cell thickening and the cell size is concerned. And the most important factor for the polyploidation is to enhance the production of carrageenan. So carrageenan is the only product that is focused as far as the Kappa ficus is concerned. And here I have put a picture, transmission electron microscopic observation of the normal as well as the colchicine-induced thallus. And you can see in the normal plant, so we could be able to see only few globules. So probably when you look at the globules, the carrageenan in the cell of the Kappa ficus, it will be visible like a globule. So generally it attaches with the inner side of the cell wall. And here you can see in case of polyploids, so we could be able to see a large and significant number of carrageenan globules, so that is accumulated in the colchicine-induced cell line. Therefore, we expect that the polyploids that we are likely to produce in this process is also likely to have more quantity of carrageenans, which is most important aspects as far as the copper excess production is concerned. Next slide, please. And this is now we are working out how the chromosomes are different from the induced polyploids. And you look at a series of pictures. So these are all the serious pictures that we have developed during the process of optimization of cytology. And you can see in one of the picture, the fifth picture, you can see the large number of chromosomes. And when you roughly count, it is likely to have around 40 numbers of chromosomes. So we have sent for the publications, but it has come for the revision for some improvement, and they are working on that. So I already told that the kappa ficus have 20 numbers of chromosomes when you take the vegetative cells. And the last picture is the fluorescent confocal microscopic picture, where you can see 20 numbers of chromosomes in the vegetative cells. Therefore, polyploids are likely to have 40 numbers of chromosomes. So when you're repeatedly looking for a repeated polyploidization, probably you may be able to improve 40 to 80, 80 to 160 like that. Therefore, it is possible that you can genetically improve the kappa ficus for the higher biomass productions and so many other agronomic values. Next slide, please. And this is the picture that we have developed during the process of our observations. And now we are looking at the kappa ficus on the cellular level. So we want to analyze the chromosomes and how these chromosomes are distributed in the kappa ficus cells. And these cells we are planning to study for various functional analysis. And there is very interestingly, we can see that, so there are some fluorescent spots around the nucleus, and they are all called crystals. So when you look at the single cell, so there are many cells, the crystals, they are finding around the nucleus. So this is one of the important features. So when we made an observations of the series of cell lines, so we have seen that there are many globules or the salt crystals in varying degrees could be seen. So probably this observation we want to take it as a yardstick in order to screen some of the cells so that are resistant against the salt tolerance. Probably if the cells are surviving with more number of salt crystals, and they are likely to have more potential to survive under the high salinity conditions. Next slide, please. So this is the slides. I am very happy to project this slide because we generated some of the polyploids and they have given to aquagri processing industries, and right now they are under field conditions. Now our proposal is to take the tissues once again in the field conditions and see whether these polyploids conditions are existing in the field conditions. And probably we want to take some other assessment like the biomass productions, and how these polyploids are resistant or tolerant against elevated temperature and the salt and so on. Next slide, please. And we have some future objectives also. So we want to develop a field level validation of the kappa ficus polyploids that we have generated. And we want to develop a user-friendly prototype or the technology for the seed production under the lowest technology. And we are already in the pipeline that we are planning for developing a low-cost technology for the seed productions. And now we are looking for the filing of patents. So once the patents are developed, and probably we can commercialize. So next we want to develop a global network program. So already we have a network program with the Philippines through the international collaborative research programs. So we want to extend with some other countries also. So these are all some of the major areas that we are focusing as far as the Madurai Kamaraj is concerned, with the support of many industries and particularly CSIR. Next slide, please. And in fact, this is not a work done by single institution alone. This is a collaborative research program taken up between the aquaculture industry, Madurai Kamaraj University, and CSIR Mandapams. So I am very happy that we could be able to develop this progress within a span of 2 to 2.5 months, particularly during the pandemic periods, because we had a will that we may be able to succeed in developing a potential germplasm of polyploids that is going to make a kind of revolutions in the seaweed industry. Okay. Thank you very much.
Excellent, Professor. I am personally thankful to Dr. Ganesh, Professor and Head, for achieving this polyploidy by using colchicine. One of my dreams could be by developing such kind of this one long back. Professor has achieved, because in the morning, Mr. Palaniswamy announced that either we can import the improved strain or to develop the existing genetic material. I'm sure Dr. Ganesh has excellently executed by developing polyploidy with the support of the financial support, especially from Aquagri. We are very much thankful to you, sir. I think in the forthcoming years, we can see the polyploidy of Kappa Vegas in our coastline to overcome the demand. Thank you very much, Professor. Okay. Is there any questions, sir? One or two questions? Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Bhavya from Tasim BB, Head Department of Chemistry. I have one general question. Is there any drawback or disadvantages of using this genetically modified species? Like it may create unwanted weeds, or it may cause any harmful to the insects or the ecosystem?
So it is not genetically modified. It's not inserted any other genes from other species. It's only polyploidy.
This is one of the holistic method of genetic improvement. So you are not going to introduce any foreign genes into that, and you are just doubling the chromosomes and see that it is going to perform better than the normal one.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be.
Yeah, sure.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Great, sir. Let me invite Mr. T. Seth, the son of Abhiram Seth, is going to.
Excuse. Before that, I request my colleague Dr. R. Dinesh Kumar to honor Professor T. Ganesh, sir. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Let me invite Mr. T. Seth, the son of Abhiram Seth, is going to deliver on challenges and opportunities on seaweed cultivation. Kindly restrict to the timing. We are running out of time.
Thank you so much. First, I'd like to thank Dr. Kannan for inviting us and the CSMCRI team for organizing such a wonderful conference at the superannuation of Dr. Ganeshan, who's been associated with our company from day one. And Mr. Seth will join later this afternoon, but he would like to thank him personally for such a long journey, for really making seaweed cultivation a reality in India. I'm going to talk about the opportunity and challenges, some of which have been expressed, some things which are misconceived, and I'll try and clarify from the industrial side what is the need of the hour to really accelerate in this sector. Next slide, please. It is something which our Prime Minister has talked about in multiple speeches now over the last 5 to 10 years since the time he was CM, on how seaweed cultivation needs to be taken up as an alternative livelihood to fishing. And we are it coming under the ambit of Ministry of Fisheries is the first real victory for it at least being recognized as a potential sector which is yet to begin. But I really see it as a sunrise sector where all of us have to participate to take it to the level it is supposed to reach. Next slide, please. Currently, the Indian seaweed cultivation is pegged on one species, Carpa ficus alvarezi, brought in by CSMCRI many years ago, and it is being cultivated by the coastal communities. Success has only been seen in Tamil Nadu, and it needs to be replicated across India. But besides the current challenges which I will address, it has proven to anchor livelihoods sustainably and be a viable option for the growers. A very quick snapshot, next slide please, on how it's grown, which everyone here mostly knows. We are following raft cultures with planting 60 kgs in a raft. In a 45-day cycle, we used to get 300 kgs per raft. The farmer could replant 60 kgs and sell 240 kgs in wet or dry form to the industry. Next slide, please. The opportunity, it has already proven and created livelihoods of more than 1,000 plus. A seaweed cultivation reverses ocean acidification. It is a natural carbon sink. A lot of very good work has been done by Dr. Arup Ghosh to actually quantify this. It protects the coral reefs. It's something my industry colleague Vinod Nehmiaji mentioned on how it is beneficial for corals. It does not kill corals, and that is absolutely a wrong conception. Seaweed grows without any inputs, taking its nutrition directly from the ocean. Next slide, please. It is very much part of the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals. I think it meets 7 out of 17 of the defined goals for the next 5 years on which the entire world is focused. So it is in line with what the environment as well. The opportunity, next slide please, the recognition of seaweed under Ministry of Fisheries and the financial support allocated is adequate to accelerate it to the desired levels. We just need proper implementation of the allocated fund to really translate and affect the sector the way it needs to be done. We have a very large coastline, but which is often flashed in a lot of presentations. But it is very important to identify the right areas through satellite studies, followed by pilot studies, then only followed by training of the local people and getting them involved in the activity. One major fault in the current system which I see is training happens prior to checking of site and availability of seed, which is pointless because unless you have seed to offer and a site which will prove to give a livelihood which is sustainable, there is no point training people to do that. It can very easily provide sustainable livelihoods to at least 1 lakh people in the country, with majority women, as we've seen in Tamil Nadu. The biostimulants being produced by various industry partners, including us, it has proven to reduce chemical fertilizer usage by 25%. In the current times with the rise in fertilizer prices, I think acceptance of biostimulants will become an even bigger reality, and it will be easier to convince farmers to adopt this organic input into their practice. It can also play a major gap in organic production where very limited inputs are currently available. The opportunities, next slide please. The opportunities which need to be exploited from seaweed are hydrocolloids, which is being done, biostimulants, also which is being done, and all the other things need more R&D efforts to commercialization. There is opportunity, as seen in the previous presentations, to substitute animal feed or at least fortify animal feed with seaweed to reduce methane emissions, substitute antibiotics and improve animal health. organic chemicals, nutraceuticals, edible packaging, and biodegradable packaging, which is all futuristic, can be made using seaweed as a raw material. Next slide, please. I think it's very, very important to, this slide is very, very important to point out that from the 35 million tons being cultivated globally, it is anchored on only 6 species, out of which we have only 1 in India. We can continue working and researching the indigenous species, but to be competitive in global markets, it is critical to focus on species that have a proven track record, and more important than the track record, they have a market, they have a offtake available from industry in India and industry abroad. We only have 1 of those strains. We do not have the Gracilaria species, which grows in 45 days with the agar content required by the agar industry. Euchema spp is a more hardy algae than Kappa ficus. If it is brought in, it could create at least some options for our growers beyond Kappa ficus. So it's critical to understand the reality of the sector from a global perspective and what is the need of the hour. Next slide, please. The economics of Kappa ficus alvarezi were very, very attractive. This does not hold true today. So this slide is based on the output that the farmer was getting earlier when the seed had vigor, and we were getting 300 kgs with 60 kgs planting in a 45-day cycle. Now this has fallen to about 150 kgs per raft and diminished the earnings, which is why rejuvenating the biomass, the work done by Dr. Ganeshan shown previously, is very, very critical to revive the industry. And I don't think we can look at any effort in isolation of doing polyploidy, tissue culture, micropropagation. We need to do each of these things along with importing fresh biomass to revive our industry as fast as possible. Next slide, please. This is the chart of cultivation, which also has been presented before in many conferences. We can see we have come down from the levels we had achieved in 2013-14 of close to 2,500 tons of dry weed. Today it's hanging somewhere around 250 to 300 tons of dry weed. The problem is the seed, climate change. It's hit the whole world, not only India, but because our scale was so small, we've been affected far worse than the larger producing countries. Next slide, please. So the opportunities have been shown in the previous slide. This is a lot of text, so I'll quickly just talk about the constraints. The availability of good quality seed material and creation of seed banks is what needs to be done to sustain our sector. It is our proposal which we have posed to the government, and I posed to the industry partners and research institutes. Let us all get together to create seed and on a not-for-profit model to grow biomass. We will all do the value addition and earn profits from the various processes possible to create value-added products. But first we need biomass. Without that, there is no industry. So we have proposed the same, and we would like to use this conference as a meeting ground to discuss and actually give this shape and put all our brains together to how we can do this in the shortest span of time, and can we do this at multiple locations so that we get some success. The other challenge is how to bring in seaweed into India. So I know the fisheries department is making efforts to do the same, but a process needs to be defined. I have been personally trying to push this effort for the last 10 years. We have been pushed from biodiversity, forest, NBPGR to various authorities with no one taking a decision. What we proposed to the fisheries secretary was just modify the act you have created for Vanami, which is a foreign variety which has led the success of the prawn revolution in India. We are now the largest. In the same act, if you add the word seaweed, bring in the institutes which are equipped to check and to test new varieties and release them to farmers to be roped in, and this can be done in a very short span of time. I request all the experts here to also guide on we need to also define and give the government a system of how to bring in fresh biomass, because currently it's not defined. Little bit work, next slide please. This is the work done by Dr. Ganeshan on micropropagation of Kappa ficus. I think it is very, very critical work which he has accomplished and proven that it can be done from lab scale to the field and all the way to the farmer. Now this needs to be commercialized by industry and taken to the next level of commercial production so that we start producing robust seed in the lab for our farmers to get assured quantum of output and leading to an assured income. Otherwise the activity will not sustain. This is just snapshots of the activity, all the work done by Dr. Ganeshan, supported by our team as well to take it to the field and test it, grow it to a certain size and release it to the farmer. It clearly proves that the increase in the production has been proven by this technique, and it just needs to be commercialized. I've already spoken, next slide please, about creating a process for importing Kappa ficus similar to that was created for Vanami. Next slide please. Next slide please. I think it's very important to also, when the Ministry of Environment objects on Kappa ficus being exotic, firstly it is not exotic, it has been in our country for 40 years. It has been written in the policy paper 23 by NAS, which is one of the National Academy of Agriculture Science, authored by 3 top eminent scientists, that it has been acclimatized and domesticated and should be treated as par with domestic species. This map has been put to show Indonesia and Philippines are the largest cultivators. We are operating in the same belt. If there was an environmental problem, it would have been seen in the world by now. If it is not, we can drop our concerns about it having any negative impact in the environment. Next slide, please. Concerns from MOEF on cultivation in the Gulf areas. We would still push for being allowed to do Kappa ficus in the Gulf area because the growth is faster. It will generate faster income for the growers. It is a more conducive environment. So we continue to work with support from CSMCRI on this to get Gulf clearance and remove any doubt that still exists in the minds of the Ministry of Environment to open up the Gulf areas for seaweed cultivation focused on Kappa. Next slide, please. There is also some challenges on the biostimulant standards, which have finally come in the Gazette in February 21. That is more from an industry point of view when we make value-added product from seaweed for agriculture. The biostimulants were so far not recognized under the fertilizer control order. Now they have made a category under fertilizer control order, but it still needs a lot of work to be able to make standards which address the entire industry, which is far away. So we had proposed truthful labeling accompanied with defined testing method to be developed. I know Dr. Arup Ghosh is driving this on part of the industry also and explaining the challenge that the industry is facing. Investment in new technology. Next slide, please. Investment in new technologies, deep sea cultivation. I think the presentation after mine from C6 will articulate this better. They have done more work in this area. But it is the need of the hour because with rising seawater temperatures, going deeper is something necessary and it needs infrastructure support from the side of the government to enable people to do it. Right now, the infrastructure is not in place to be able to achieve deep sea cultivation. Next slide, please. I think if we can resolve the issues with MOEF and create the supporting infrastructure and planting material for our farmers, we can ensure India can become a major player in the global seaweed market. The funds allocated by the government are more than adequate to achieve a high growth trajectory for our sector. Thank you. And the last is a slide, just a joint award from CSMCRI and Aqua Agri on rural development and the launch of the product by the President of India on Technology Day, 11th May 16. Thank you.
Okay, and thanks a lot, Mr. Seth, for giving a holistic approach on seaweed cultivation and various products and economics. That's very important. So let me invite one or two questions from the audience. Okay. Let us join for honoring Mr. Seth.
I request my colleague, Dr. V. Veera Gurunathan, Principal Scientist, to honor Dr. Abhiram Sethusan.
It's my pleasure to invite Dr. Sri Kumar Suryanarayanan. I know him for the past more than 15 years. He's MD from C6 Energy Private Limited, Bangalore. He is going to deliver a talk on engineering solutions for offshore seaweed farming. Please.
So thank you very much for this opportunity, and really appreciate all the groundwork that our speakers have laid. As Tanmay pointed out, while we are working on all the other aspects, it's really important to go offshore. And offshore comes with its challenges. It's deep water, rough water, far away from the shore. So what I'd like to talk about is, what are the engineering aspects? What are the solutions that we can develop, and some of which, or many of which, we have already implemented, not in India, but overseas. And I'd like to talk about them. So the next slide, please. So I want to give a little background. You know, the ultimate vision of seaweed is that it's an extremely renewable raw material. And it's a very versatile raw material. Today, at the price at which it is grown, using manual cultivation, only certain applications are possible. And that would be carrageenan, maybe biostimulants. But when you compare the versatility of, say, a food, of land-based agriculture, biomass from land, what all it can be used for, right from food to feed to industrial materials to biofuels, the same possibility is available with seaweed, but with one big advantage. The advantage is that unlike land-based agriculture, the cost of cultivation of sea-based agriculture is not dependent upon fertilizer cost, it's not dependent upon irrigation costs, it is only a function of labor productivity. So the cost of land-based, any land-based crops, you have to, even if you could improve labor productivity, like doing tractors or whatever else, you still have to work with all the other irrigation water and the fertilizer and the cost of the land. But that's a very big thing that is not present in the sea, and therefore it is entirely conceivable that if by some innovations we could actually allow labor productivity to be increased, meaning one person can produce far more seaweed, earn much more, and at the same time be able to produce seaweed at an affordable cost because of the improved labor productivity, a whole lot of applications can open up. Now, last year, we did a very interesting study with the Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. We took two important species of seaweed, Capophycus and Eucuma spinosum, which we grow in Indonesia. And working with the IIT Madras, in 2021, we published a paper. We showed that using a process called hydrothermal liquefaction, we can convert the seaweeds to crude oil. And imagine if we can convert that to crude oil, because the same crude oil can go into the refineries of today, the same Reliance or the same Shell or the same Indian Oil. And at the end of the refinery, you would be able to produce renewable petrol and renewable diesel with the existing infrastructure. But there is a challenge. You need huge volumes of biomass at much larger costs. How huge? Well, if you take the leading country like Indonesia, it produces about 200,000 tons of Kappa ficus or eucuma or seaweed. If you want to meet, say, India's biofuel needs, crude oil needs, you would need to grow 5,000 times more biomass. And you need a sea area of about 120,000 square kilometers. All of this is published in this paper. But 120,000 kilometers is not such a large amount of area when you compare it with the amount of agriculture that we are doing. Just about the area of Tamil Nadu, and we have more than enough, except that much of this area happens to be in the deep sea. Next slide, please. Today, however, if you look at where we are, it is only in this narrow coastal region and rather protected region between Sri Lanka and India that we are able to do this cultivation. All of that light blue area that we are talking about is almost beyond bounds. So what do we need to do? What's needed? So the next slide, please. So several years ago, we wanted to prove something, that you can grow Kappa ficus in really rough waters. Now, this is a picture taken off the coast of Kolachel in Tamil Nadu in monsoon. You have like 3 to 5 meter high waves. And then we have this raft, which is a special design that we developed. But the Kappa ficus inside, if you had done it in normal lines, it would just not have survived the waves. But we put it into tube nets, which the advantage of tube nets is it's multiply supported. If you can run the video, please. You can see there is even a crane in the background. The storm was so severe that that crane actually was upturned, but the Kappa ficus and the raft survived. Okay, so this picture, as you can see, was taken from the sea, and so this is proof that even in really rough seas like this, if you have the right configuration, you can make this grow. So I wouldn't doubt it that it's possible, but it's not at all easy to make this happen. As you can see, look at how So the next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. The next thing is, okay, fine, it was a small raft, really rough seas, but is really large-scale cultivation possible? Yes, of course it's possible, because this is a picture from China. This is well published. This is acres and acres, square kilometers of cultivation, except, of course, the seas are rather calm. But, it is possible to conceive of cultivation on this kind of scale. And therefore, if you have to combine both large-scale cultivation and the rough water cultivation, it requires innovation beyond what is actually existing. Where are the issues? Next slide, please. The next slide. Next slide, please. So the first thing is that when you go out into the deep sea, there is no trial and error there. There is very little scope for trial and error. So what is possible today, and what we have already demonstrated, is that it is possible to run mathematical simulations, entirely design the structure of your farm on the computer. So here is, and this is not very, today with the availability of high-speed computers, advanced fluid dynamic models, this is actually quite simple. And we actually run these simulations. We have proprietary software that we have developed where, those light blue lines actually simulate the sea state. The yellow actually simulates a seaweed farm with the anchoring, okay? And you can run any kind of sea state. You can run stormy waves, you can run cross currents, and you can see various parts of the seaweed farm. Which parts are getting stressed out? Is the rope going to stand it, or is the anchor going to break? How many kilonewtons of force is coming on the anchor? And you can actually go about the whole design of the seaweed farm in a very scientific manner. And this is exactly the way large engineering projects are run today. When a Boeing jumbo jet or a new Airbus is designed, nobody just designs the plane and then says, okay, let's hope it flies. Before it actually flies, it has flown in the computer. It has simulated storms, winds, every part. Is the wing going to get stressed out? Every part can be simulated. It is a simple extension of that kind of software onto this. And we've actually, it's all I'm saying is it's possible to do that. And using that, you can determine what is the kind of, one of the biggest stresses in rough water, apart from the fact that the seaweed will fall off, is the farm is about anchoring. Is how do you create anchors and how are you sure that these anchors will take the kind of stress? Now, these problems have been solved for the oil industry. But, they're very rich. They have huge platforms, and, they don't need as many anchors as this tiny. They need large, huge anchors. But our seaweed farms need small anchors, strong anchors, but many anchors. So how do we do this? So the next slide, please. So based on the research that we have done, today the way we anchor seaweed farms is by throwing concrete blocks into the water. That is absolutely unsustainable when it comes to deep sea cultivation. First of all, it's not precise, because you don't know where the concrete block will land. Secondly, you have no idea, they can get dragged off in high waves and rough seas. So what we have to do is actually have anchors that can be screwed into the ocean floor. These are very tiny anchors. But, imagine in a 20-meter or 25-meter deep water, you have to precisely screw the anchor like running like a screwdriver in the... How do you even do that? Well, there are very expensive machines to do that. But they are not the kind of machines that we can employ in our local seaweed farms. So what C6 Energy did was we developed special hydraulic screw anchoring systems. This is an innovation that has been developed in Bangalore, using existing hydraulic systems. And we've been able to actually demonstrate that we can run screw anchors in our waters of the coast of Tamil Nadu. I'll show you a video to demonstrate how this can be done. The next slide, please. Can you play the video? So I'll try. So this is actually off the coast of Tuticorin. So you have to have divers who go in and do this. But what's important is this machine that you see here with the engine. That is actually a hydraulic system that we have developed. And you can see that there are actually tubes that go in, which will act like a drill bit on the sea floor. So, and it needs two divers to hold it, and you can actually drive in anchors. So we have some underwater photography. This has all been done by our people. So you can see that the divers are actually using the drill bit and this hydraulic power. So we actually use this, and you can see the screw anchor, very, very cheap anchor. It's like driving a screw into the ocean floor, okay? So you exactly figure out where it is with the global positioning systems, and you just switch it on. There's not electricity, it's just hydraulic powered, and these two drivers can hold it, and you can actually install anchors very fast, very high holding capacity, and this is very unique. So these are the kind of machineries that we have developed, which will facilitate, as Tanmay was saying, we don't have to wait for big drill ships to come around. We can actually do this on local boats. We can do it right now. The next slide, please. Okay, so that was one aspect, okay? One is to hold the seaweeds in rough water. One is to hold the farms in rough water. But what if you've succeeded in doing all of that? I mean, imagine if you have a farm 3 kilometers off the shore. How are you going to monitor it? Okay, so this is where we have now developed. I mean, what if your farm, how do you predict that the farm will get wiped out? Thank you. I need to finish. How do you predict that the farm will get wiped out, or what the conditions are? Well, what we have to do is develop what is called IoT systems, local sensors, which can actually transmit data to the internet. And so that's something that is already available and can be done. So, so IoT systems are important to develop. The next slide,
Excuse
please.
me. To the chairman, one request. I think this is a very interesting presentation, so don't cut down his time.
I'll try and finish. It won't be too much more. Okay? So let's go to the next slide. Well, you can monitor the sea state, and then you can develop predictive algorithms. But imagine that you have a farm 3 kilometers off. It's very difficult to go every day to the farm and figure out what is happening, how much seaweed is there in the farm. So one of the things that we have succeeded in doing is actually to use drones. You can take a drone, and the top picture is a picture of a seaweed farm out in the sea. And then you can image process it. So you can actually take the drone, because if we were looking at a picture from the top, we would be able to say, oh, this farm looks full, this farm does not, this farm looks like it's growing well. But today with image processing, you can do that. And you can see the little table on the right in the picture at the bottom, the table in red. It tells you what is the total area, how many farms are full, to what extent is this full. So all of this is a reality today. And all of these are elements in being able to do large-scale seaweed farming. Next slide, please. Well, so of course, then you have to have the whole farm management, go out. What is the, people can't be getting into the water, getting out of the water. So you can have platforms that actually do it. So we have developed a whole range of platforms, right from, today's, the way we relate to seaweed farming is like doing agriculture with a pickaxe and a spade. Everything is done by hand. But you can go all the way from the agriculture pickaxe and a spade to a bullock cart, to a bull-powered tilling, to a tractor tiller, to a larger tractor, to a combine harvester. You need the whole range, which is appropriate to the kind and the size of the seaweed farm. So these are some of the machineries that we have developed. And I'll also show you an example of the combine harvester. The next slide, please. And that's my last slide. So, where I feel mechanization can lower costs. So here is a tube, the tube nets. And the next slide, please. And that's the C combine. Can you play this video? Here is a fully grown tube net. Okay? And these are all machineries that C6 has developed, where it is harvesting the outer part of the tube net, which is actually the fresh grown seed, the most vigorously growing seed. And that is taken and put back and using this kind of automatic seeder into a tube net. So what you're harvesting is the active part. And then you can put the tube nets back into the water. And here is an example of the C combine with all these machineries integrated. And to give you an idea of the scale of the farms that can be done today, this is again a drone shot of seaweed farms, our seaweed farms of the coast of Indonesia, which you can see the coast. And that's really, it's actually very small. It's not too far away from the coast. But there's a lot more development to be done. But this gives you an example of where we see seaweed farming growing in the future. I think India is definitely leader in this. All of the science, all of the research and development, all of the equipment is made right here in Bangalore and sent to Indonesia because we have the skills and we have the ability to put it together, but they have the sea space and they have all the strains and the ability to lease 200 hectares of sea if you want to as a company. Because we need to have all this in place, and we can be the world leader. Thank you very much, and that's it.
Excellent. We must appreciate Dr. Sri Kumar Suryanarayan for the vision of introducing the latest technology in our coastal area. I do hope, kindly bring whatever you do outside the country, that should be realistic in our nation. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I request Dr. Arup Ghosh, Senior Principal Scientist and Divisional Chair, Applied Phycology and Biotechnology Division, to honor Dr. Sri Kumar, MD C6 Energy.
I must ever thankful to the CSMCRI and Dr. Ganeshan and Veera Gununathan in particular for giving me the wonderful opportunity to share the session. Thanks a lot.
Before ending the first session, I would like to request Dr. M. Ganeshan, Senior Principal Scientist and Scientist in Charge, Mars Mandapam, to honor Professor R. Rangasamy. Thank you very much. Now we are ending the first session here, and all the participants can go for lunch. And I request the participants to display the posters for third session during the. Thank you very much. And also we will assemble here as soon as possible, since we have international lectures. We will assemble here at 2:15. Thank you very much.